a team named Chronic Care that allows those patients to have some regular care for their disease. Right now, we are working mainly with people with a kidney condition and also diabetes. So we have centers that allow them to get in on a regular basis, get their checking, make sure that their condition is properly managed in the long run. So I think it's very useful for them because it's something that they struggle to find in the conventional hospitals or clinics that we have because they'll have space and they might not have dedicated personnel for that. We also have a team that is dedicated to help laboratories to optimize their operation. We put we to their service quality managers, lab managers, first to help them managing the quality of their facility, and then being able to have support when it comes to the day-to-day management of the operation. So the goal is really to make sure that the labs can optimize their solutions, particularly when they have to implement new solution. That helps a lot, making sure that it can integrate the laboratory seamlessly, and at the end also improve the cost effectiveness of the operation. And then we also have solution for consumer health. We are working with partners to provide solutions for nutritional solutions that are sold to the public. And this department allows to provide a nutritional solution for everyone, making sure that you can have an additional way to manage your health through those solutions. So this is basically what we have at ISN, particularly with the life sciences team that I'm leading. We have a long relationship with IGH now. We are present all across Nigeria, but we are also present all across West and Central Africa. We have offices and people in Ghana and Cameroon, and we are looking to expand our reach across the territory quite soon. So this is basically what we have at ISN.
Sorry, Rudolph. We'll appreciate if you can on your video so that we can add it to the spotlight. Please. Thank you very much.
Yes, sorry. So let me put my video on just a second. Hi.
Thank you very much, Rudolph, for your wonderful introduction. To our participants, you can always reach out to ISN for your genomic solution and different health solutions you need them. All right, thank you very much. So we're moving on to the panel session now. And Mr. Gafar, I hope you're on ground, and every other mentor.
Hold on, Oludayo. We've not seen Rudolph's face. Caleb, can you spotlight him so that we can? Okay, let me do this.
All right.
Okay. That's the representative. So Rudolph, you can just say hi to the audience. Thank you.
Good.
So over to you, Oludayo.
All right, thank you very much, Rudolph. Thank you very much, everyone. Now to start the panel session for the mentors. First question to Mr. Chukwuka Emmanuel. Do we have him on board? Okay. The next question, we're moving on to Dr. Vera Letisa. Our topic to you is centered around bridging the gap between scientists and IT developers. And the first question says, What frustrates scientists most when working with tech teams?
I would prefer to phrase it more positively than saying just focusing on the frustration. So I would prefer to move on to the second question, which is actually finding solutions to this problem. And I mean, you identified a very important gap, that there is that there are the scientists on the one side, and then there are the tech developers on the other side. And then there has to be a way to bridge this gap in order for tech developers providing solutions which are actually useful for the scientists. And I think when I was thinking about the question, what kind of solutions could be there, I think I came up with two main aspects. And one is that there has to be like very, very good communication between scientists and tech developers. And I think the communication could be better if tech developers working in biomedical research also have some background knowledge on like what kind of applications are being used in the lab, what is like the scientific background to it. And so I encourage tech teams to also employ people who have this kind of background to make the communication easier. And I mean, communication means like listening very carefully to what are the needs that the scientists need. And then also like listen carefully what kind of specification they need in their tech solutions. So I think I would summarize this as like really, really good communication between scientists and tech developers. And the second solution that I was thinking about was, and I think this doesn't only apply to tech solutions, but like also to the manufacturing of reagents and other applications, is to rather build tools in a more modular way. Because I often find myself in the situation that a company offers something to me which is very close to what I need, but it's not, I still can't apply it because the solution doesn't allow for a lot of flexibility. So that's why I'm suggesting to build solutions in a more modular way and in a more flexible way, which will make it easier for the company to apply solutions to more scientists because they have the possibility to tailor it specific for the specific needs.
All right, wonderful. Thank you very much for that great insight. And quickly to the next question. How can developers ensure they're solving real research problems and not just building cool features? Let me take that again. How can developers ensure they are solving real research problems and not just building cool features? In 2 minutes, please help us answer that question. Wonderful. Hello, did you hear me?
Is the question still addressed to me?
Yes, Dr. Vera,
Yeah,
yes.
okay. Yeah, sure. I tried to answer this already, but let me emphasize it once more. I think, again, communication is very important. As a developer, listen to the needs of the scientist and try to put yourself into the shoes of the scientist. And this will lead to a solution that satisfies the scientist.
All right, thank you very much for that wonderful insight. To Mr. Abimbola, our XR mentor, our topic for you is on growing as an XR creator in Africa. And my question to you will be, what's the biggest mindset shift needed to thrive in XR in Africa?
Thank you very much, Mr. Oludayo. So in terms of growing as an XR developer in Africa, it's more about embracing the creator spirit, searching, locally for areas, for challenges that you can actually apply the technology to, because no one is going to build the solutions that we need for us. We are the ones that have to search for these various areas and see how the technology applies to us. So more hands-on, like problem solving on our end is required. So from like the very little things, the very basic things, just search from your own local area, your environment, try to see what the technology is useful for, and channel your development, your creation into that area, and then you'll be able to have a solution that is useful to everyone that can actually scale. So that's like a very important thing to do. Yeah. So, Mr. Luda, you are muted.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you for pointing that
So,
out.
sorry, Dayo. Hello, can you hear me? Yeah, sorry to cut you.
Yes, good.
We also have another sponsor representative from ISN, Ijeru. So we just want to give a small shout out to her. So Ijeru, please, you can just briefly introduce yourself to the whole participants.
Please go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Ijuru Metal. I work in marketing for ISN Medical. I have my colleague here, Arize Modibe, and I think Rudolph is here as well. Rudolph will be in the panel. So thank you for having us.
All right, you're welcome. So Dayo, please, you can continue.
All right.
Thank you. Sure.
All right. So moving on with Mr. Abimbola. Beyond this hackathon, how can new XR creators find opportunities to grow?
Okay, so there are XR community, at least there is one, that they can join to meet with other creators, developers beyond this hackathon. Immediately 3D has this community called AR/VR Africa that they can network and meet with like minds all over Africa and connect with them and see what they're up to, what they are building. There are also some opportunities that come up from time to time, aside, hackathons like this, there are grants, opportunities that they can access. These come up from time to time and they can just search for various opportunities to apply for that they can use to develop their skills and actually build meaningful products. There is also, like I mentioned before, like looking for areas to apply the technology, challenges that they could solve with the technology. Like that's a very key thing. Like just if they're able to identify a particular area that they can actually, apply the extended reality technology, the AI technology, locally and solve a pain point for most people on the continent. Like that's a very big thing. So the work needs to be done in that aspect. So beyond the hackathon as well, the various participants could collaborate, with one another beyond the hackathon. The hackathon shouldn't be the end of, creation. So let's explore more solutions, explore more things that you can create, things that you can build. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that. Moving on to Mr. Samuel Dada, who is the digital marketing strategist, I mean. Our topic is on marketing science tech to the right audience. And our first question to you is, what channels or strategies work best for promoting science-based tech products? What channels or strategies work best for promoting science-based tech products?
Yeah, thank you very much, Oludayo. Again, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here with like-minded guys on this same topic. I think I've done a bit of, funny enough, I'm a digital marketer and I've done a bit of research around this. So basically, the first thing I would say is you are talking about something related to the professional setting. So as much as possible, you are pushing forward what we call thought leadership. Thought leadership is more or less like you are taking a stand, you're taking a point for people to actually recognize you, for people to actually know that you are visible or you are recognized in this space. So before I actually nail the topic or talk more about the topic, I'll give a scenario. Sometimes ago, let's say like 2 or 3 weeks ago, I wanted to, what's the name? I wanted to, my company required a service of a particular professional, and then we needed to search for someone who could do that. And the first place we went to was, we had to search on LinkedIn to say, oh, who does this particular, what's the name, this particular role. So it brought out all the options of people in that particular field. So I said that to say one of the very important places, especially in the Nigeria community, to do that is LinkedIn. You must always post thought leadership about what you do, about who you are, about what you are working on. Always ensure you have those things on your LinkedIn platform. Ensure that you also join what's name specialized communities. For example, you have your writings on ResearchGate, you're using Medium. So don't just restrict yourself to, oh, I'm just developing this without anybody knowing. As much as you're developing, you're also writing about what you're developing. You're also making people see what you're developing. You're pushing those things forward, not writings alone, videos, pictures, and things that can make people actually see what you are doing. So that's one. I said you can have a thought leadership platform. You can do LinkedIn. You can do specialized community like Medium, ResearchGate, and also you can have specialized what's name partnership whereby you put your works on related blog or websites that actually foster this kind of what's name developments. For example, tech tech platforms in Nigeria. Those are places you want to put your work. And as much as possible, the more you are able to create a niche, the more you're able to put your works out there for people to see, for people to read about you, the more visibility you get, the more people are able to know about what you're doing, and also the more recognition you get. Thank you.
All right, very wonderful. Thank you. Next question to you is how can new XR, sorry, I had mentioned that to someone else. Excuse me, give me a moment. So my second question to you is how do you package a research or XR project so that people care about it?
So, right, the first thing I'm going to push forward to everyone in this field or everyone is you must always answer or lead with the question why. Why are you doing this? Why should people know about you? So, if the question why is there, you start with the real world problem, and then you talk about why this is actually important. If people see the reason why it is important, then they begin to buy into this what you are saying. Let me use an analogy. For example, a lot of us see football matches, and we saw that would be generalization, but people see football matches, and I think a lot of people were aware when VAR came in. So the question was, why did they start using VAR in football? Now, there was a reason, and then it took some period, and then people started buying into this reason. So it's also the same. If you are pushing forward something, if you are trying to push something to someone, to people, and you want them to actually hear what you are saying or see what you are doing, you must first ask why. So when you ask, the why is more or less like you're asking the reason why this is important in the society, why everybody should know about it, why people should use it, and then as you're saying, talking about the why, you're also pushing across transformational stories to talk about what's name this experience. Now, a lot of people we stay in a community, for example, in Nigeria, where people are not very inquisitive to read or to learn new things. So you have to make your story so catchy, so interesting, so that everybody is interested or people are interested. Let me say everybody. And of course, you have to simplify it down as much as possible. It's a very technical field. You shouldn't start with the technicalities. You should start as simple as possible. Start with things that people can easily relate with, make it very relatable, make it very simple when you're passing your idea across. As you're building your community from the small stage, it's just like you're learning your basic ABCD to learning like 13 letter words. So you start with the 1 letter words, 2 letter words, the basic things, pass the basic ideas forward. When you're done passing the basic ideas forward, you can now go into the technical things. So again, I'll reiterate what I've said. One, lead with the story why, talk about why it's needed, add a transformational story to it. Of course, people buy sympathy a lot anywhere in any industry. People buy sympathy. So add emotion to what you're saying, talk your story through to everybody, and then make it as simple as possible so that everybody or the basic people that start following you can understand. So you start talking about the technical part of it. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Gafaro, Mr. Kibleb, can you please spotlight Mr. Rudolph and Dr. Terence? Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Please just give me. I'm coming.
All right, wonderful. I believe we've learned a thing or two to the participants who are on the call, and we've heard good insights regarding communications and making our work interesting and fascinating to the public so that they can relate both at the genomics level and as Excel creators. So our next question would be uh, to Rudolph. Can you hear me? Please confirm.
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, wonderful. How does partnership in a program like this support moving the paradigm or making a paradigm shift for genomics in Africa generally? And how do you feel like genomics in Africa and in the world entirely can future better in the world of AI and Excel?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for this question. So I think that the main the main goal is to democratize how we are managing data for genomics. AI is a very common thing now. It's everywhere, but it's been some time already. We do that with genomics data. And there is one important thing that we understood, particularly with the Lumina solutions, and we lack the scientific community to understand about data management and genomics. It is that there are a lot of solutions out there that are available, and the thinking that you need a dedicated IT team that's gonna look to the data, work on it on its own, create their own solution and program to work on it. I believe that this is not the case anymore, right? There are many things out there that can help your team to go a lot faster and benefit from existing solutions that have been proven, tested, with many data available, rather than having to reinvent basically the wheel, if I may say. So for me, the most important is to make the community understand that these solutions are available. These should help you going faster in your work. And then, of course, once you have what is available on the market, what can give you basically closer to what you need to achieve, then you can add on top of that something more that is dedicated to your own research. And I really hope that this could be understood by the community, because we are still bumping into partners who says, no, that's fine. I'm going to build my own pipeline. I'm going to hire my own IT team to manage the data. And this is definitely not easy. This requires regular update, regular investment, if you want to have something up to date. why they, as I said, there are solutions available already out there, right? So I think if we can show the solutions that are available and help the scientific community, even the IT people to understand that, it's great, because the goal is really not to steal their work. It's rather allowing them to go a lot faster and concentrate on what can bring value to the project, rather than to begin everything from scratch, right? So that's one thing. And then the other part of your question about genomics, particularly for Africa, I mean, we have, I think, there's something that step by step the communities begin to understand, is that in Africa we have a gold mine when it comes to genomics. It's something that the scientific world is now understanding. There are many clinical work data available out there, but they are done with genomics that is poor in terms of variability. So this doesn't allow to have the whole potential of the discoveries and the research that could be done. Those data are coming from Caucasian people for mainly, and there are few data from African descent people. Why this is where we have about 75% of the variability of the human genome. So now we have a great potential here to advance research. And this is not only for the African community, but it's basically for the humankind. It's basically for everyone across the world. So the work that the African scientific community would be able to pull out shall bring to major evolution and finding, scientific finding, that could uniquely change the face of research, uniquely change the face of healthcare. So I think that this is something that we now have to realize, and we also need to be able to work to do our part. I really like the fact that we have this hackathon in Nigeria. I think we should have more of those across Africa, because this is here in Africa where the data, really the material is, and this is where we may have the chance to make great discoveries. And I do hope that people will realize that more and more, that will get more people trained on bioinformatics, working with all the AI solutions, being able to be very advanced, build a huge knowledge on data, because for sure we are going to be solicited by many companies. I mean, all the research, the pharma, they're going to come here to get some data, see how they can make sense out of it. And we have the opportunity as African people working on this kind of field to do our part and really to develop some great expertise.
Thank you very much for that. For our participants, we do have participants who are undergraduates and some who are just about to graduate and go into the labor market, so to speak. As team players, major team players in the genomics world, what type of internships or job solutions do you have and opportunities do you have for such participants?
Yeah.
Still
so
real.
Yeah. So as I mentioned, we are present in Nigeria and also across Africa. We are managing English-speaking countries, but also French-speaking countries. So the first thing that we are looking for right now is to expand our team, not only with English-speaking people, but also with French-speaking people. In West Africa, there are more than 13 countries, I think, that we are covering that are French-speaking. So while right now the team is exclusively English-speaking, I guess I'm the only French-speaking member of the team right now. So if you are French-speaking, we are very much interested by your profile. What we are looking for right now, we have, let's say, three main profiles we are looking at. The very first one, which is really, I would say, one of the most important within our team. It's the people that are in direct contact with our customers to explain them our solutions and make sure they make the best choice within what we have, all the tools that we have. Those people are the application specialists. They need to have a scientific background. They need to have a laboratory background, people that can do protocols for genomics and molecular biology in general. So we are looking for these people, the application specialists, English speaking and French speaking. Right. So that's the first opportunity we have. The second one is on the engineering side. I know it might not be the public we have here. Those are people who are fixing the machines, and we need them because as we have our install base growing with genomics and other solutions, we need people that are fast and can go there, support our partner, our customers, and get all the instrumentation up and running again, avoiding as much as possible the downtime. So that's the second profile we are looking for, and we are also looking for English and French-speaking people. The third one, it's more the commercial one. It's more people who are account managers. And this, I mean, this is more, on the commercial side, but you shall not think that you need a specific commercial training to get into this kind of position. I believe that it's less the qualification than a mindset, right? You need to, for this commercial part, be able to put yourself at the service of the customer, understand their needs, their concerns, and being able then to find solutions across our team, the technical one, and also the commercial one, so that you'll be able to manage the account and make some progress with the customer in their project, and at the end of the day, generate more revenue for ISN, right? And we're also looking for French and English people for this kind of position. And I think that the background you need is less specific. We want obviously you to have a scientific background. You need to understand molecular biology. You need to have a basic knowledge of all of that, but then you need to use that for commercial purpose. So if I recap, pre-profile, the application specialist, the person that is able to articulate the solutions for the customers, is more technical one around genomics, the engineers, fixing machine, biomedical engineers that we need, and the last one, the commercial one, the account manager that requires more general knowledge about science, but a good mindset and being able to make some progress with the customer and bring more revenue.
All right, thank you very much for that. We appreciate your questions in the chat. For those who are asking questions in the chat, I would like to ask our whole ISN team to please help answer some of these questions in the chat so that we can move on with other mentors. Thank you very much as you do that. Now moving on to Dr. Terence. Sorry,
Hello.
Caleb.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't you didn't notice my hand up. So apologies for cutting
Oh,
you. So I think we have one of our sponsors, Mr. Anthony Raji, from if I focus group, if I'm correct, you can see him on the call. So we'd just like to give IFA Focus are also one of the sponsors for this hackathon. So Mr. Raji, we'd just like you to briefly introduce yourself and then tell us about what IFA Focus is and what they do. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Oh, sorry, rather, good morning, everyone. My name is Raji Anthony. I'm a representative of InfraFocus, also known as Focus Group. I work in
Hello, Mr.
support.
Raji. Can you
Can you
please
hear me?
so that they can see your face? We really appreciate it.
Okay. Can you hold on 1 minute? Sorry. All right. Can you guys see my face?
You can go ahead now. Thank you very much.
All right. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me. Yeah, so like I said earlier, my name is Raji Anthony, a representative of InfraFocus, a representative of InfraFocus Technologies, also known as Focus Group. And we are basically a conglomerate of ICT companies. We have subsidiaries under us, and what we do is provide end-to-end ICT solutions to solve future and present problems, right? So we go by the acronym MISAB Plus. And just that's the service we provide. So we do managed services, MISAB, let me spell it. MISSAB Plus, managed services, infrastructure, security, um, support, automation, bespoke. Then the plus is AI, which we just started doing, which we just started doing at Focus Group. So what else? What else? We have vast experience in connectivity, infrastructure, software. We have softwares that are out there that companies use, um, and and it's like so what you can think of. So yeah, that's what we do at Focus Group, and I'm representing them in this event. So thank you all for having us, and thank you for having me too.
All right, thank you
all
very
right.
much, Mr. Anthony. So, Mr. Dio, do you have any question for InfraFocus Group as regarding to sponsorship for people who would like to internship with them and such like that?
All right. Mr. Anthony, please quickly run us through how our participants can benefit from your services.
All right, so thank you for that question. Sorry, can you say it again? I should.
Can you
Sorry, can you
please
ask again?
tell us, yes, can you please tell us how our participants who are undergraduate students can benefit from your services and also how they can be part of your team should they be interested in working with your team?
All right, so first of all, if participants are interested in being part of the team, maybe I'll drop a mail that they can reach out to. We are very open here. Our work culture promotes innovation, openness, and what else? And industry experience. So if participants are looking, or if participants are interested in, any of that, they can apply. Like I said, I'll send an email. They can apply, and um, we also like currently we have interns that work with us right during their COS, and we are open to them. There are live projects that we have worked on that we are managing and still currently working on. So there's it's a lot of experience to get here, coming to work here with us. So ready to, you know, ready to teach interns, teach participants, usually in emerging technologies and already existing technologies, on how they can incorporate that into whatever part it is they want to go, be it the health sector, be it the oil sector, whatever sector it is they're interested in. We we have experience in it, and they can come join us, see what it's like, experience that, and yeah, can go forth from there. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Anthony. For all our sponsors, we would like to ask you to please drop your contact details, your website, email addresses, by which our participants can reach out to you and ask some further questions or even want to participate in what you do. So quickly moving on to Dr. Terence. I would like to ask you a question centered around the topic bringing XR and AI into public health and disease control. So how can hackathons like this contribute to solving persistent public health challenges across Africa? Dr. Terence.
Okay, thank you for giving me the floor. So basically, I would like to highlight 4 points regarding your question. So the first one would be this kind of hackathon allows us to bring together experts from different fields. So and this can help foster ideas that can help finding solution to the issue that we are facing, especially regarding public health. The second one will be the fact that this kind of platform can allow us to outline and plan solutions that are really adapted to the local settings, because diseases, like when we want to talk about public health, are not similarly distributed, or the way they spread are different from places to places. And this kind of forum can help us design ideas that bring in different experts to address the solution that are peculiar to particular places. The third one will be the networking possibility. As we can see, we have companies, academics, students, and this networking can allow us to kind of bring new ideas and help us to synergize efforts in order to find solution to public health issues. And the last one that I want to talk about will be capacity building, which is very important because we are in a lower resource setting. So this kind of platform can allow us to just make accessible different resources, and that can help build capacities where there are none or where they are lacking, and bringing together different experts. So it helps in building more capacity in different fields. So depending on what people are interested in. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Quickly moving on to Mr. Gafar. Well, we'll be asking questions around the topic designing Excel tools that simplify complex science. And my question to you will be, what do you look out for when reviewing Excel projects for education or research?
Okay. Well, I have a lot of things to say, but to start with, it centers around a lot of challenges when it comes to interpreting scientists and things that is being done in the lab into technological aspects. I mean, you could imagine someone coming from a technical background into science related project. I mean, there is a lot of gap in the knowledge and how to simplify things. So if I'm to answer you correctly, yeah, I would first thing I would pay attention to is I always start by making everything simple. So it starts with simplifying the science into clear, logical steps. So no need for jargon. There are scientific languages people use, so you have to like tune it down so everybody gets to understand what you're trying to communicate. Now, these tools you're building, they are not necessarily used by the scientist alone. It's an educative tool that is meant to serve across all board. So different people across different skill set, across different occupational region will be accessing this, especially students that has little to no knowledge of what goes on in the lab. So how do we make it understandable to everyone? Now, the first thing is you really want to like break the process into interactive scenes. Then now, so what I mean by scene is on the XR software. So when you're playing, let's say for instance you're playing a game and you get to the start of the game, you get an instruction that tells you, do you want to start the game or do you want to proceed to another scene? So you break it down into different scenes for people to understand. Now, putting too much information on one scene makes it difficult for people to capture all the information or things you're trying to make them learn. Now, another thing is to focus on the visual cue that guide learning naturally. Now, let's say you put a refrigerator in a scene. Now, refrigerator can be used for several things. Now, what are you specifically trying to make people understand by that refrigerator? You can use sort of logo or an item or a name tag to present what you want people to understand by the refrigerator. Not necessarily that the refrigerator is working or you're opening it or closing it. I mean, people arriving in that scene should know that this refrigerator is meant to store so items. So by giving, okay, let's say now adding a cautious sign to the refrigerator gives people a deeper knowledge of what is inside the refrigerator. They know these are not consumable items. They are biohazard items. So that already gives a meaning to what you're doing. Now, let's now talk about the sound, the emotion, the feedbacks, and what makes the whole environment feels real. I mean, going into a scene where you just have everything laid out plain and you're not getting any feel. So it's a thing to see, and it's also another thing to feel. Now, when you're picking up a pipette or you're picking up, you're powering up on a machine, what sound does it give back? Are you getting a prefab? Are you getting a reverb sound? Or when you walk away from an object, does it represent that, oh, you're far away from this object or you're moving closer? So those are the things you have to look out for. And there are still several things, but I would like to cut it short. Now, work closely with scientists to make things accurate is also one big thing you have to look into. Like I already explained earlier, working with a science-related project where you're not from a scientific background will create a lot of constraints around what you're trying to do. So the best way you can work around this is to make sure you collaborate with scientists. I mean, I personally have been to the lab several times than some of the scientists as well. So I happen to go to the lab several times just to break down a simple process. And now, as a developer or as a software, as a VR engineer, what you have to take into account is a scientist would give you an advice. Now, it's also subjectable to you to break down the advice into what will work for your audience. Now, who are the people you're trying to work with? Who are your target? Are they scientists? Are they students? What kind of classes are they? Are they secondary students? Are they tertiary educational students? Are they university students? Now, the sort of information you give out to these people how you break down your information, how you amplify your information makes it easier for this set of people to understand. Now, to give a very close example, it is going to be a case of a scientist will advise you, no, when you're coming into the lab, like there are several separate rooms where scientific procedure goes on. There is BSL1, BSL2, BSL3. And now they will tell you can't enter this room. You can't do this machine has to be in this room, that machine has to be in the other room. Now, considering that you're building a software, you can bring out all these machines and place them in an open area where someone can virtually recognize that, oh, this is the first stage, that's going to be the second stage, and that's the final stage. You necessarily don't have to put those machines inside separate rooms or separate scene. It already breaks down the gap. Like it's making people people find it difficult to absorb that kind of information when you're trying to copy what happens in a real life scenario into the game. Now, the game has given you an added advantage where you don't get in the real life. Now, some constraints you can be experiencing in the real life circumstances, power outage or contamination. That is why they have to separate some machines and put inside some room and not in the other room. But in the game, you're not facing those constraints. It's an educative tool. Now, you can be doing that and also be doing something wrong. So how to make it balance is you have to put a description that, okay, this machine is supposed, like in a real life scenario, in a real life situation, this machine shouldn't be here. It should be in so place because of so reasons. I think that is a very good way to go about it. Now, to close this up, now the goal isn't just to put everything in VR. It is to put writing in VR. So the experience teaches better than a textbook ever could. That is the whole essence of having this hackathon. And yeah, going by the title, rewriting DNA education across Africa, right? So I think that's it.
All right, thank you very much. Quickly, Mr. Caleb, can you please go ahead?
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Gafa, for your answers. So shortly, we also have one of our sponsors for Vita Construction. Mulam is on the call, and I want to give Vita Construction are also one of the sponsors for the XR and AI Genomics Academy. So, Mulam, please can you take the floor and introduce yourself? Tell us what Vita Construction does, and I would also appreciate if you can on your video so that we can put a face to what you're saying. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Khalid. I believe my video is on. If you can
Yes,
see
please,
my.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Mulham. I'm an area manager for Vita Construction. We are happy that we are the one who started or who completed ACEGID project phase 2. We are very glad to be as a partner for your organization. We are a construction company established in 1982. We have delivered in Nigeria over 900 projects in, we can say, in the all states of Nigeria. So, as I said, we are happy to be partners to ACEGID and also looking forward to delivering other projects as per your standards and as per your quality. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mulam. So,
Thank you.
Dado, do you have any question for Mulam and Vita regarding internship opportunities and the likes?
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Kilevan. Thank you very much, Mulam.
Thank
I
you.
would like to ask Mulam, do you have or what capacity in terms of infrastructure are available, and to what extent can Vita contribute to infrastructure building for African genomics specifically and research in Africa generally?
Okay, as I said, we are operating as our head office. We have two head offices. One is at Lagos, the other one is at Abuja. While we have currently now running projects at Lagos, Shagamu, Akbara, Abikota, at Port Harcourt, at Abuja, at Kaduna, at Sokoto. So we are running different types of also construction projects from learning centers to clinical projects similar to ACEGID. Also, we are doing ports. We are handling the port at Apapa, and also we are handling the port at Port Harcourt. We are doing now Radisson Blue hotels. We are also doing data centers for international companies like Equinix and other data center projects. What else? Also, we are also an industrial company which we have delivered projects for Heineken and NBev breweries. Um, so we mentioned hotels, we mentioned hospitals, learning centers, banks. Also, currently we have running projects with the Stanbic Bank, Axis Bank, and Zenith Bank. This is a small brief about what we are operating or what we are running in Nigeria.
Okay, thank you very much, Mulam. That was very,
You're
very
welcome.
insightful and well packaged. So I think my final question would be, or my question would be, is there any opportunity for our participants who are writers, scientists, VR expert, utility developers, can internship or possible leverage on the aspect that they can internship with Vita or get internship opportunities at Vita Construction?
Yes, definitely we are open. Just you can share our contact information, and we are open for that. Definitely.
All right, noted. Thank you very much. So the
You are
contact
welcome.
information will be shared, the email
Thank you.
addresses and everything will be shared. Thank you very much, Mula.
You are welcome. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Next question will be to Dr. Cedric. And Dr. Cedric, can you hear us? Can you please unmute your mic, Dr. Cedric? Hello, Dr. Cedric. So, Dr. Cedric is a PhD student at ACEGID, and for our fellow students, albeit mainly undergraduate students, in this who are participating in this hackathon. Sorry, we have some background. Dr. Cedric.
Yes, Dr. Mr. Dayo.
I think someone is speaking in your background. If you could please. Okay, I think the noise is gone. All right, thank you very much. What future do you see for VR and its application for students in Africa?
My network is my network is unstable sometimes, so I have a problem. Please, can you repeat your question, please?
Okay. What do you see the future of VR and education in Africa?
Thank you for the question. Sorry, I want to tell to everyone my English is not good because I'm coming from Cameroon. I'm a French speaker, so I start my PhD in IGA this year on January. So I'm trying to improve my English. So my English is not too much very good. So I'm trying to be best. Okay. Okay. So okay, Mr. Dayo, you say, please help me. You can repeat again your question. Sorry.
Okay. The future of VR and education in Africa.
Be simple. The future of VR and
education.
Yes, education. I think it will help a lot of students in Africa. In Africa we don't have um, a good background for this thing. So I think if you do more, we do more with this app, it will help education. Our Africa and in Africa, if Africa is not Africa actually than other continents, they are not very very developed with like research work. So this thing will very help us to grow well in research.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think our panel session is coming to an end. Mr. Dai, I would like to hand over to you to maybe cover all gaps that I may have missed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lodaya. Thanks so much for that handling the section for the panel. I want to just confirm if there's any panel we've not asked question that is still on the call.
Yeah,
I think we have the scientific communication. Yeah.
Yeah, so sorry. I was breaking transmission. Sorry for that. So I just came back.
Okay, so I think yourself and Oluda, let me confirm if you have another panel we yet to ask question or if it's Gafar. Let me please just jump into the for Solomon. The second, please. So, Solomon, the questions around the building for performance, technical consideration in VR. So Solomon is one of the SRL VR mentor, and so what are the common technical beginners makes in VR development? Is it two in one question? So time. So what are the technical common technical mistakes that beginners in VR, are technical mistake beginners make in VR development? That's one. The second one will be, how do you balance aesthetics with performance in scientific focused VR building? To put a context to that. So very commonly used in when we talk about VR, we talk about gaming, right? And mostly, and so we're looking at scientific research focus right now in VR. So how do you what are the in terms of advising the beginners that want to transit from different industry in VR to focus more on science? And how do you then project the aesthetics in terms of the design and what's for them to look out for in trying to then fully immerse themselves into developing fully for scientific focus organization? That's for you.
Okay, thank you.
Just one, please.
Okay, thank you so much for this question. So I would say I've made a lot of mistake when I jumped into VR development. So I'll just speak based on experience. Okay, so one of the mistake I feel I made was just like I just jumped into VR development. I didn't like go through the basic of Unity, learning what Unity is, because you want to build something that is for I had the intention of building something for game, you understand, but not really for scientific purposes from the start. So we just like, okay, let's just go to YouTube and see what this is. Let's watch this tutorial, let's watch this, let's watch that. It's always like always too much, and you just like miss the step which you are not meant to even miss. So I suggest the mistake we all make, like the one I made was just like jumping into tutorial. I just feel you should just first of all, if you want to go into VR development, know the basic, know the fundamental. Start with Unity basic. Start with Unity basic in the sense that the Unity has a very big community. You can start with their documentation. There's a site called Unity Learn, which they will tell you how to dive into Unity development. In the sense that if you are going for VR development, they will tell you the steps you will take. You understand? So I think people always miss this step. People normally go to YouTube and watch some tutorials, which they will not like dive into the basic. And at the end of the day, you always find yourself just like knowing this and knowing that, which you are not even familiar with the basic. That's one. And also, when you are building for VR development, you are meant to have skills in coding. People always skip these skills, you understand. Most people don't even know that, okay, you see hash. C hash for writing code in Unity. You understand? So even me, I was not really informed that okay, you need to write some code. You understand? So that you're able to like interact with this 3D model you are importing into your Unity. And secondly, I always tell people that okay, don't skip the documentation. You understand? You understand? So if you are going for example, if you want to like grab a molecule inside your VR, you understand? There's a section in the Unity documentation that you would need to read through. You understand? You might watch video on YouTube and you will see that okay, this guy used this method. You understand? But also boils down to the documentation, because the documentation will tell you that okay, for this version, you understand, this is the step you need to take. You understand? So, and always go back. For example, me that I'm building for science, you understand? I always meet people that are in the science line. Sometimes I meet Mr. Dayo, you understand? He's very familiar with all these genomics, you understand? Since I'm building for genomics, if I have built something or if I have built a lab scene, I go and meet him that, okay, sir, look at this thing I've built, you understand? Does it really relate to science? You understand? You might say, oh, just make a little changes, you understand? So at least you know that, okay, you are building for what people can go into and understand it. Then for the other questions, sir, can you just rephrase that for me, sir? Hello, sir.
Okay, so you correctly answered both, but I think the other question speaks to how you balance aesthetics with performance when building. How you balance aesthetics, the shape and look of whatever designs you're creating, with the performance. How do you balance it when building?
Okay, so I will use an example. So there's something like scientists used to view their spike protein. You understand? It's called camera X. So it's not really optimized because it normally lag. You understand? So we at ACEGID, what we did is we built a custom camera X, you understand? So we tend to balance this optimization so that a user, you understand, can able to like view this molecular structure, you understand, which is not going to be like lagging, or the texture or the lighting, you understand, it's not going to be different from what you tend to see, you understand, because definitely you are pouring education purposes inside this VR headset, you understand. So what we do is I tend to tell people that, okay, if you are building for something, to make this thing very optimizable, you need to check the poly count of this 3D structure you are building, so that when you tend to import it inside the Unity, you understand, it doesn't lag and it doesn't crash the system. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Solomon. So the next mentor we'll be talking to will be Isaiah, becomes mentor, science mission mentor. So I think the topic will be around creating the right context for scientific media. So what way to virtualize or an SR project on a social media platform? And I think this speaks to the writers in the audience. So,
Sorry, there's a break in the network. I can't hear you, sir.
Okay, let me repeat the question. What is the most effective ways to virtually represent or present a scientific or SR project on social media?
Oh, okay. One thing to note is scientists are prone and they have this play of speaking jargons and using terminologies that's well understood by people in that field. And XR people too, they don't really see more than what they want to create. They don't really see experience as much as you should see it as a communicator. Because one of the things about communication is once you are giving out, you should be getting something as a feedback in return. So if you're not getting the right feedback as a return, or you're not getting the right thing as a return of your communication, then it is not complete yet. So when it comes to giving out content on XR, science, Blender, or anything on social media, it should be in a way that every person seeing it gets the idea and tries to communicate. Everybody seeing it tends to understand. Yeah, actually, sometimes it's very difficult to like get 100%. At least you have 80% of people that are saying it, interacting with it, understand the whole context, because it is one of the things that beautifies the whole thing, the experience shared. People will say some things, but they will not they will not speak so well about the thing until when they experience it or when they are fully immersed in it. So when it comes to science, it's a very complex space. So you have to communicate it in a way that even a 12-year-old understand what you're trying to say and get the concepts of whatever you're trying to say. And as a XR developer too, if a 12-year-old can grab your jar and go into the development, can tell, oh, I am in a lab. Oh, this is what I'm supposed to say in a lab. Oh, these are the things that are not for me to touch when I'm in this type of lab. These are the ways to protect myself. So that is very important when it comes to computation of science or XR development.
Thank you so much, Isaiah. I think I'd like to let me just ask the final question before I hand over back to Oludayo. I think the next question is how to maintain balance when
I think your network is breaking, Mr. Dyer.
copies. Okay. What about now? Is it better?
It's slightly better, but not the best. But I think we can hear
Okay,
you.
so I think you can just help me with the second question while I switch my network. Thanks. Oludaya, are you there?
All right, quickly. This is next question, Mr. Isaiah. How do you craft a media story that balances facts with engagements?
Oh, actually, that is a very, very tough one in the sense that you want your numbers, you want your contents to perform, and at the same time, you want people to read it. So there is a thing that's very common among people that are communicating. They use clickbait, maybe try to like find very engaging words and put it out there. And from using that, they tend to like now derail from the facts. Sometimes, mostly, there's difference between saying someone got beaten, and there's a difference between someone got attacked. So if someone is getting attacked, it can be maybe like a vocal attack, like, oh, someone insulted vocally, but as for someone that wants to like clickbait, they can use the word beaten, like, oh, this person was so beaten. It tends people to like make people to like come and read their content and create a virality for them. But when it comes to science communication, it is very important that that is not coming into play. As much as you want to let people to read and understand whatever you're trying to put out, we have to be very careful of words. When it comes to communication, anybody that is trying to communicate should have to be very careful of what, pay well detailed attention to what the choice of words, and to make sure that they are not derailing by any means away from the facts. Because science, when it comes to science, facts is very important, and it is the most, let me say, it is the most important. And even if people don't want to hear it, even if people don't want to read it, you just still have to state the fact of, okay, this is the reality of things. Either they don't like it or not, but you still have to get them to be involved in the reality of things and not the truth.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Isaiah. We're wrapping up the mentor session. Participants, I suggest you start
Okay,
preparing
go
your
ahead.
presentations as we'll be moving into the presentations very soon. So, tie up your loose ends and get set. We'll be giving you about 10 minutes to prepare that while we wrap up. Yeah. Thank you so much, our sponsors and our mentors, for coming in to this session. We hope that you would keep supporting us for our sponsors and our mentors. You will keep supporting us in terms of mentoring our participants, both now and in the future. And for our participants, we also thank you very much for joining in this panel session. Now, I think by 12:40 we can resume. We can stay on the call, and while we take a short break for 10 minutes, and then get everything set, and by 12:40 we can resume and start our presentations. But in the interim, any final words from Mr. Rudolph and some of our other partners that our other sponsors, I mean, that are on the call? Mr. Rudolph first. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I wish you a nice hackathon, and thank you for having me.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you very much. I don't know if Mr. Anthony is still on the call.
Oh yes, I'm very much on the call. Thank you for
All
having
right.
us on the call. I just want to say or wish the participants good luck in the hackathon, and we'll be here watching. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much. Mr.
I think Mulam
Mulam.
is still on the call.
All
Richard
right.
Mulam on the call,
Please,
BCC.
Mr. Mulam, final words for us, please.
Uday, I think you muted.
Okay, Mr. Mulam, can we have you? Are you on the call?
Apparently, it appears he's left the call now. It was just a
Oh,
second
okay.
ago.
All right. So we'll reconvene by 12:40. You don't have to leave the meeting. For participants, just stay on the call. You can you can mute yourselves and turn off your videos in the interim, and please prepare by 12:40 would reconvene. Thank you very much, everyone. For our mentors, we would like you to please stay on the call as well so you can get to see the wonderful cookings, so to speak, that our participants have cooked because they've been doing a lot of
as well as to
cooking.
encourage them, right?
Yes, and as well as to encourage them. So,
Sorry,
they've
sir,
cooked.
excuse the quick one. Sorry, sir, excuse the quick one. I think I read an instruction that we should do this, I mean, sponsored background for our video. I'm struggling to do that. Please, can you walk us through how to do that? Because I don't know if it's a requirement for screening as well.
Yes,
Okay,
it is
Solomon.
a requirement.
Yeah.
Either Mr. Solomon or yes,
I'll
please
work
go
on
ahead.
that. Hello?
Mr. Solomon or Mr. Gafar, can you please guide our participants on how to put the background?
Okay,
For
quick
yes.
one. To set up your background, like already you're on Zoom, right? So just activate your video and let me share my screen quickly, real quick, so you can get a quick understanding of what I'm doing.
Sorry, quickly before you go ahead, Mr. Gafar, I would like to extend this next reconvene to 12:45 so that we are at a perfect kind of mark. So everybody please resume 12:45. Thank you.
So why you're here? Don't leave, just be idle because an attendance section is gonna happen just right after this section. So just still idle. Instructions on how you can raise your hand for the attendance. Just okay, once you hear your name during the attendance section, just use your reaction button to react so your attendance will be taken live. All right. So I believe by now my screen is already showing and everyone can see my screen. Right? So to apply your background here, already I'm on Zoom, so I'm just all you have to do is turn on your video. Your video is probably going to look like this. Just turn it on and click on this icon. Once you have it clicked, you can scroll down to video settings, and once you choose video settings, so already
which icon? I can't see to which icon.
Gafar, they can't see your icon. They're just seeing your Chrome this thing tab.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Hold on. Let me do that again.
Okay.
Let me do that again. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen and have it shared again. Okay, so let me do that. Share screen.
And then I'll do the transfer when it comes to you.
Entire window, right? Yeah.
I'll do the transfer. Okay. Let them dispatch it out. When I pick up, I'll do the balance.
So is it better now? Can everyone see my screen?
Hello?
No,
I said when I pick it up, I'll do the transfer. We'll pick it up.
Huh?
They can't. Let me just do that. They can't see your Zoom this thing.
Okay. Why is that happening? So okay, just do that, right? Do that.
Okay. So can you guys see my screen?
Not yet, sir. Okay, yeah, we can see it now.
Okay, yeah. So you see this video icon here. Can you guys see this video icon here?
Chooks, they are saying the Twitter page, not your.
Oh,
not
sorry.
Your screen.
Okay.
So stop sharing first. Stop sharing. Stop sharing. All right.
I'm working on
that. Let's just take it offline. We can take the.
Let's confirm if you can see my screen.
Let's take the discuss panel. You can see our screen.
All right. So for those who are using desktop, if you can see my mouse, just focus on my mouse. It's going to be lagging a bit. So you can see for those who are using desktop, I click on this arrow button up. You see choose background. I choose background. Then you can see this plus sign right here. So when I click on it, since I have the image downloaded already right here, so all I just need to do is click on the image, and then click on it, then open, and then you have your image right here. Then you just click on it, and then close, and then when you share your video, that is the background that will be behind it. So I know some of you might be using your phone, So
Yes,
it's still the same thing. Just go to your video. So for phone, just go to your video. Hold on, I'm trying to see if I can open the Zoom app. So just go to your video, and then just the same ways you look for the more for your video. Look for the plus icon. Then just look for background. Choose background, and then add background, and then that's it. Okay. Yeah, I know. All right. So while we are waiting for, okay. All right.
Planted a seed to look back at the tremendous impact that the center has had in Nigeria over this last 10 years. I think we're very proud of the accomplishment of the Remus University and the ACEGID.
Just couldn't imagine what it was going to be.
Our Father and our God, we want to say thank you. We ask that you perfect all that concerns this meeting in the name of Jesus. And we ask that at the end, your name will be glorified. In Jesus' name, we have prayed. I would like to extend my warmest greetings and heartfelt welcome to all of you. Your presence here today signifies our shared dedication to promoting scientific innovation and research. Since then, the center has evolved into a hub of excellence and innovation, making significant contributions to global health security through pioneering research, capacity building, and international partnerships. This is a clear statement of what is possible if we join hands between what is happening here on the continent, but also with other actors on the global north. So I want to congratulate you and to say that I will sleep a little bit better knowing that there is Professor Christian Happy and all experts and partners that are here with him.
I've been seeing what is possible elsewhere in the world and the experiences elsewhere, basically the commitment that people like you have, and we'll be happy to work with you.
We're glad to have witnessed many groundbreaking developments and achievements over the years. None so encouraging, perhaps, as the one we're about to witness on this 10th anniversary. The grand opening of this new state-of-the-art genomics center. In this center, we will break new grounds, push the boundaries of scientific discovery, and lead the global fight against infectious diseases. Thank you, and may God continue to bless the work of our hands.
In the sense of the community, the creativity, the science, the love and care that's been put into every aspect of everything that we experience.
Okay, so no,
In all of these issues, and let me remind you about what it.
So I know a lot of you will be looking at the video, and then the one that has the IGH auditorium. That is where the demo day event will also be taking place. So the selected applicants, will be there live at the IGH center. So so do your best so that you can also come be among the 20 participants that will be on site, and also get to see and experience the see the infrastructure of IGH and everything, and also get to experience the feeling and everything. So so it's almost 3 minutes. So participants, please prepare your video work, because in 3 minutes time we'll be starting the next phase of the panelist section.
All right. Okay. Right about now, I think it's time for the attendance. So if you're on the call with us, once you hear your name, just use the symbol, your reaction. Hold on, hold on. So just use just react to it once you see your name. Once you hear your name, react to it, and please let's be fast about it so we can move ahead to the next thing you have to do today. So yeah, pay attention to your names. So and apologies if I don't get to pronounce the name quite well. I'm not in glasses. So Messi Tebaminov Tebamifo. Are you here? Okay, moving on to the next person. Ejiro Obin.
And to have the facilitators move in and said,
Okay. Jomilo Adeboyejo. Okay. Okay. Samuel Ayomide. All right. Ayomide is not on the call. Zarun. Special announcement, please. If you're not using your correct name, you'll be by default omitted from the attendance. I hope that is clear. So we also have Benjamin. Just Benjamin. By default, Benjamin, you've been omitted from the attendance because we have quite a lot of Benjamin here, and you're not the other one. Anthony Onogbolo.
Benjamin is here.
Okay, Benjamin is here. Now, the problem is there are more than one Benjamin here. So how am I supposed to know you're the right Benjamin I'm looking for? So quick one, everyone, if you have just a single name on your Zoom, please correct it to your full name so we can understand fully who we are interacting with.
Oh, Gafar, what you do is just to save time, as you call them, instead of if they are there, they can just respond presence or I'm there, and then you just
Okay. All right. I think that's better. So does everyone have access to unmute the mic?
Yeah, they have. They can unmute.
Okay, better. So once you hear your name, just say present and we can move on fast. So I'll start all over again. Ejiro Obim. Sorry, I'm finding it difficult to pronounce this name. Okay, so first one, Messi Tebamifo. She's a female. So if you're here, just say present. Ejiro Obrin. Jomiloju, okay, sorry, Jomiloju Adeboyejo.
Yes, I'm present.
Okay, that's Jomiloju, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Adegorite Ayokunlem.
Yeah, I'm present.
Okay, sorry for the off
No
pronunciation.
problem.
Sami Ayomide. Zaun Benjamin. Ononogbo Anthony. Adeniran Sodiq. Afolayan G. Oluwole. Akande David. Alex M.
Present.
Alex, right? That's Alex, right?
No, I'm Alex.
Okay. Anna Undono. Awodi Abdulmujib. Awodi Abdul Samad. Bamidele Favor. Clement Ojo. Dr. Gift.
Present. Clement Ojo present.
Okay. Dr. Gift. Famuyiwa Emmanuel. Faniyi Olakunle. Ahmed Sherifuddin.
Present, sir. Present.
Ahmed,
Present.
right? Ahmed.
Yes, Ahmed, yes.
Ahmed, right?
Yes, Ahmed present.
Okay.
Pani Olakunle present.
Okay, yeah. Gafa, proceed. I will note them. Just proceed. Call their names.
Okay. All right.
It's taking too much time.
Jegede Judah. John Victoria.
And John Victoria present.
All right, proceed. Just
Judah Jegede present, sir.
Right, proceed. Jegede is present. John Victoria is present. Just proceed. I've noted it. But hope you're also noting it from your end.
So let me just share this stuff with you guys. Okay. All right. We have John Victoria.
She's present. Move on. She's present.
Johnson Mayokun. Joseph Tuizimana. Ignatius Emmanuel. Olalekan. Olowonyi. Dunamis. These are people from Team 1. Shafiolai Usman. Stephen Jeremiah. Toyin Fowowe. Zainab. Tofela.
Okay, Anthony Oyedikachi, sorry, are you trying to say something?
Shofela Zainab is present, please.
Okay, so Zainab is present. Anthony, what are you trying to say? I didn't get that.
He called people from Team 1, and I'm also in Team 1, but my name was not called.
All right, please, Gafan, note it. Anthony.
Okay, that will be noted.
Please proceed.
So, Team 2, Jonathan Wisdom, Oladile Ibukun, Olamide Williams, Olofin Oluwatoke, Onu Joy.
Sir, present. Damilare Taiwo.
Hold on. Damilare Taiwo, which team are you?
Team 2.
All right, noted. Selbor, John, are you trying to say something?
Present. No.
No. Okay, because I keep saying your mic gets muted or muted. Please.
Okay. Peter Onujoy Uguma. Peter, God bless. Tabitus.
Okay,
Tabitus.
Right.
Tabi Kane. Yes. Selbo John Kujon. Stephen Howard.
Okay, John is present. Selbo John
Duncan. Duncan. Tracy Duncan. Wa Abayomide. Ayodele Oluwatayo. Awala Abubakar. Damilare Taiwo. Usman Zakari. Akinwale
Present.
Oluwadare Victor. Abdul Malik Aliyu. Alpha Goodluck. Bailey Bukun. Bukoye Mary. Ekpoto Peace. Emmanuel. We have to Emmanuel here.
Present. Emmanuel is present.
Emmanuel is present.
We have to Emmanuel here anyway. Okay.
Emmanuel
Ekeka Felix. Goodness Ekpoto.
Present.
This is present.
Ibutuwase Oluwabukola. Isaac Addison Abduk. Kolawole Ayiti. Lana. Oh my God. Sorry for the wrong. Mboku Misengu. Oluwafumilade Afolabi. Oluwapelumi Soladade. Omar Ahmed. Orimolade Tinu. Teslim Lawal. Tusingiri Catherine.
Teslim Lawal present.
is present.
Okay.
Okay, Lawal, who is the second person that spoke? Sorry, I didn't hear your name.
Lawal Teslim present.
Okay. Continue.
Adekunle Sowole.
Present.
Adekunle Sowole. Okay, Adekunle Sowole. Balogun Jimo. Farade Naomi. Paul Adeniyi. Demini Falowo. Taiwo Ogunjob. Teba
Present. Taiwo Temitope is present.
Yeah. Tebafo Tola.
Paladini is present.
Present.
Abdullah
Tebafo is present.
David Paulo is present.
All right, that is noted. Thank you.
Tebafo Tola.
Present.
All right, now continue.
Abdullah Akinde.
Just
Adeyemo Kelechi. Akinde Becky Anita.
Present. Akibe.
Okay.
Augustine Favor.
is present.
Okay,
Augustine Favor. Chidi Bright Trump. David Odula.
David Odola is present.
Okay, now noted.
Ibo Rachel Pius. Pai Mildred Buyo. Francisca Apologies for the wrong pronunciation.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yes,
wait.
ma'am.
Alade Gideon.
Are you trying to say something, Rachel?
I'm better. Yes, sir.
Sorry,
Alade
please.
Rachel.
If you are talking, you're muted. If you are talking to us, let us
Okay, sorry.
know.
Alade Gideon.
All right.
Eme Goku Paul.
Gideon is
Gani
present.
Favor.
All right. So also for
Osaig.
team 3, you can also drop, if you are present right now, drop that you are present too, so that while we will not, in case if you drop off the call due to internet issues, just drop that you are present and please put the team you are in. So David Akonde, team what? I don't know your team. Put the team you are. So in case if you have network glitch, we can also note that you came in, but whoever is team 5, I do not know your name. Do you understand? Please, team 4, my name is Kiri Caleb. Team 4, just do that, please. Thank you very much. Gafar, you can continue.
Okay, so Gani Favor, Olanwaju Osiga. Okay, this is team 4, right?
is present.
Let me start all over. Team 4. I'm calling team 4. I'm starting all over. Alade Gideon, Emeka Goku Paul, Gani Favor, Olanwaju Osiga.
Olanwaju is present.
Jegede, Mustafa Opeyemi.
I am Jegede present for team 4.
Noted.
Okay.
Just continue.
Present for team 4.
Alobu Ejiofo. Andrea Millennia. Ayomide Adegoke. Amzat Abdulaziz.
Are you noticing?
Azima Abdulaziz present. Azimat Abdulaziz present.
Okay. Book list
Azimat Abdulaziz.
Present, we note, but also please put it in the chat too. We really appreciate.
Okay.
Dausa. Enela Alex. Eramos. Ezimwe Dokas. Idowu Ayomide. Apinlawa Joy. Jesu.
Whoever is team 4, Abdulaziz, please, your name and your team. Please, your name and your team. I don't need to put your name with your team.
Emmanuel. Kayode. Korede Kolade. Max Vet. If your name is not correctly spelled, I will just omit it. If you're using nickname here, I will also omit it because this list was compiled using the Discord channel and necessary information has been passed across. So if you're not adhering to those instructions, it's on you. This is also a nickname, I'm skipping it. Then another nickname, I'm skipping it. Olakunleyin Adebusoyi. Oluwapelomi Jacob. Oluwaseun Amore.
Signed up. I think I saw your name on the
Oluwaseun Amore.
The group, maybe group 1 or so.
Onoseta Mbe Nose. Apologies for the wrong pronunciation.
Present.
Belumi Dairo.
Present.
This is also a nickname. S. Teki Yola. I don't know who that is. So Tisilayo Ayo Oyedele, Tisilayo Oyedele. Then that ends team 4. I'm moving on to team 5.
So Gafar, you have 2 minutes, so just make it snappy.
Okay.
So by
So
1.
Samuel Oluwa David. Danny on
Also
Tisilayo.
put it in the chat. Just put your name and the team you are in the chat. So while Gafar scrolls through to 5. So please do that.
Daniel Tisilayo. Orom Odinaka. Ezirim Daniel,
Present,
Sikirola
sir.
Adedayo, Okeleye Samson O, Bamisola Daniel,
Present. Okeleye Samson, present.
Present.
Daniel,
Ezerim Daniel, present.
Abdulaziz Amzat, Akua Festus Tava, Christian Udeze, Ugakid Gift, sorry for the wrong pronunciation, Elizabeth
Are you even there? I thought you said it was
Wamuni,
for graduates.
Elizabeth Wamoni, Emmanuel Oluwasise, John Joy, Mosisi Uguja, Opeyemi Idris, Pelumi Ademola, Pelumi Ademo, Affection Popular, Triumph Unabu, Tomisin Fikayo, Olabisi, Oluwafemi, Oluwayomi, Oluwayo, Oluwayomi Solami,
apologies if this
Sustain.
announced properly.
This is also a nickname. Emmanuel, another nickname, John Joy. I think that wraps up the attendance section.
All right.
So
No,
just drop your
Sir, I did not hear my name.
Yeah.
Not
So
Ramon Adebayo, and I'm 65.
okay, so just put your
Not
name.
Ramon Adebayo.
Put your name in the chat, please. Put your name in the
Yeah,
chat.
I've already put it.
Yeah, thank you very much.
And put your team as well.
Yeah, put your
Yeah,
team.
you
So,
did.
what's the time now? So, Dio, Mr. Olu Dio, that wraps the attendance procedure, so we can kickstart the presentation section. So, guys, for those who now we want to do presentation, so we'll appreciate that you guys stay muted, please. Do not unmute except you are being told to do that. So that we don't get background noises when someone is doing their presentation, because you will not like it when you are doing yours and somebody is interrupting your presentation with background noises. So that wraps the attendant procedure. So also do so, reach out to your teammates, your members, that if they are not on the call, they should also hop in immediately. All right. So Gaffa, over to you.
Sir, please, before you move on, I would like to appeal for those of us that we are actually using phone. We are unable to put the background. We have completed several of the chat box. We are unable to do it. We have followed all instructions.
Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. Let me try and sign in with my phone. So I'm going to join with my phone now, and then I will show you the steps using my phone. Okay, so just hold on, please. Gafar, while I'm doing that, please. I don't know how's the procedure for the next stage, so that we can get started.
Okay, so team one, get ready. Once it's done with the video description, we'll start right away. So every team has 15 minutes, but we can try as much as possible to wrap up before the 15-minute time runs out. It also contributes to your mark as well. So the timer will be set here, and now I'm just setting this so you know how it's going to happen. So once the session starts, the timer will goes live, and yeah, I wish you all good luck. So, okay, Kiri, you have the floor. You can go ahead.
Please confirm if you can see my screen. I need a response.
I can see your screen, Mr. Killian.
Frequency. So there's going to be frequency a bit. So just bear with me, because my phone and my laptop are here together. So what
please mute one, Mr. Killian. Mute one of your device.
if I mute one, you will be able to hear me talk. So I'm going to mute the both, but just see what I'm doing.
All right then.
Hello. So when you click on background and effects, you can see none, and you can see a plus icon here. So when you click on that plus icon, then whatever phone you have, your gallery or so, you have it
Sorry,
saved in gallery.
quickly, Mr. Caleb, can you reduce the volume on your system? It will reduce the feedback.
Okay. How about now?
Is it to the lowest? If it's to the lowest, we won't get any feedback.
Okay. How about now?
It's fair. It's still there, but it's fair. Please go
Okay.
ahead.
Let me just step away then.
Sir, please, can you start all over?
Yeah. Hello?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay, now, so what I'm saying is that what you need to do is, this is what ours is showing. Sorry, I can't see what yours is showing, so because I'm using my phone. So I'm going to scroll to more. So you click on the more button, then you can see audio settings, caption or transaction, meeting settings, and background effects. So you click on background and effects. Then when you get to background and effects, you can see none, blur, whatever. So you click on the plus sign. So you click on the plus sign, and then when you click on the plus sign, you have the image downloaded. So you click on it. Let me just do one now. Then done. Then I have it at my background. So do you now understand? Hello? Can you hear me, please?
Yes, sir, we can hear you. The problem is that ours is not bringing the background and effects.
It's not
Our
bringing
phone,
background and effects.
personally, on my phone, no, on my phone, it's not bringing background and effects.
So you can see background and effects when you click on more.
Yes, I can see it.
Yeah, are you using the app or you're using browser?
I'm using the app, sir.
You should have it. I'm really surprised you don't have it, but you should have it.
I think he might be using an older version.
Yeah, please always update your Zoom because you should have background and effects.
So update your Zoom version.
Okay, from where you're logging.
When you are in like this, let me show you.
So okay.
When I did on my phone.
Okay, click on the meeting.
I use this.
Yeah. Because I actually updated mine as well. But still, I don't have anything like background and effects on my phone.
Kumbeli, you have your. Can you please speak up if you think of it?
Good afternoon, sir. I was just agreeing on what he was saying because my Zoom is updated, but it doesn't have the background and effect option.
All right, thank you.
So this is what is to show them. This is where they will edit it from.
Where?
So
before they log in.
and
Okay.
but they can just they'll be able to show it.
Okay. Let me. What's wrong with my phone? Trying to. think this. Let me just use my personal Wi-Fi. Guys.
Sir, Mr. Caleb, your speaker, your mic is on. If we can't resolve that, can we try to move on? We are past the hour mark already. Mr. Caleb and Mr. Gafar, do I have your approval on that?
Yeah. You're good to go.
All right, participants. I want to believe that some of you have your presentations on a laptop already. So, are you set to go? Can team one share their screen? Whoever is representing team one.
Hello,
For those who
everyone.
are going, sorry, quickly, a minute. For those who are going for Jumat, what time will you be going for Jumat? Can somebody speak, please?
From my end, I'll
It
be going by
depends.
2:10.
From my end,
It actually depends.
1:30. Okay.
1:20.
Yes. 1:10.
And how long would it likely take?
I'll be going back
It's
to by
2:30
15 minutes to 2. 10 minutes. 10 minutes, 20 minutes.
So at most to be back by 2 o'clock.
No.
Yeah. No.
All right,
No,
so
after 2.
It actually varies.
okay, so we'll try to take 2 presentations before that. So that we can. So that everybody's on board.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm hearing muffled sounds.
Okay. If you're going for
The more we
Jumat,
stay on this matter, the longer time we are spending on it. So
if you're going for Jumat, you can kindly take an SQ or take a permission. Just drop a chat and screenshot your evidence before leaving. So in case your team present and you're not available or present, you can defend yourself and try as much as possible to be back from Jumat as quick as possible as you can. And I mean, if you're taking just 10 minutes, you will still have the opportunity to meet up with your team. So thank you very much. Now let's begin with team one. Mr. Dyer.
sorry, Mr. Gafara. I think I went off for a while. What did I miss, please?
Okay, so I was just explaining to everybody that we're going for Jumat to kindly do that and take excuse, take permission if they have to leave. Now they can drop a chat and take a screenshot of their chat so it can serve as their evidence later on if there's going to be trouble around it. And I mean, and also it also advised that they should try as much as possible to do that on time. 10-15 minutes. I mean, it should be enough to get you back and forth from your Jumat service. You still have the opportunity to meet up with your team and every other thing. So, I mean, we can kickstart.
Okay.
So, I'm waiting for your
All
call. Once team one is about to present, I will restart the timer. Then, all team one member, have your camera ready and you will all be spotlighted. Then, be time
right.
conscious.
All right, so quickly, Mr. Gafar, we'll just take one presentation from team one, then reconvene by 2 o'clock. Is that fine? So at least that gives everybody enough time to be on board.
Okay, no problem then.
All right, so one presentation, please make it snappy. If you have to leave before the presentation, please do as Mr. Gafar stated. So we are waiting on you, team one. Stop sharing your screen.
All right. I'll be representing team one. Let me reshare my screen. I think I'd already shared, but it went out.
Please, once the team starts presenting, all questions should be dropped in the chat. Thank you. So team one.
I hope.
Sorry,
What?
Mr. Gafar, please restart the
Yeah, I've
timer for
already
team
shared my
one.
screen.
Apologies.
Okay, your time starts now.
All right. So I hope you guys can see my screen.
Yes, we can see. Proceed.
Okay, so yeah, my name is Alex Mwangi. I'm a medic from Kenya. So I'll be giving a brief overview for Team 1. So Team 1 will be presenting column-based nucleic acid extraction.
No mind down, she's not serious.
So the contents of our presentation will be the title, a brief overview of what column-based nucleic acid extraction is and the steps. So we'll be having the following 5 steps: lysis, precipitation, column loading, washing, and elution. I'll be calling on to the next presenter who will be giving us the brief overview and the introduction, also the members who participated in this project. Yes, I'm calling up on Ayo Kunlemi.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Adegori Tayoklemi, and I'll be calling the members that participated in this assignment. We have Ojo Clement and Alex Mwangi, Jomiloju Adeboyejo, John Victoria, Zainab Sofela, Obiru Ejiro, Toyin Fowowe, Fanny Olakunle, and Adeniran Sodiq. I'll be talking on the overview of column-based nucleic acid extraction. It's a laboratory method used to isolate and purify DNA or RNA from biological samples such as blood or saliva using a silica column that selectively binds nucleic acids. This process removes impurities, yielding pure genetic material for a wide range of applications, including gene expression studies, genotyping and SNP analysis, plasmid DNA preparation for cloning or transformation, infectious disease testing, that's COVID-19, HIV, or TB, tuberculosis, cancer diagnostics and liquid biopsy, GMO testing in agriculture. Thank you.
Next we have Clement, who will be handling lysis.
Please remember you're on the clock.
Clement.
There's no time for lag.
Okay, Clement, I see Clement is on. Clement, I think you can present.
He's muted. Tell him to unmute. You are muted, Clement. Unmute your mic, Clement. Unmute your mic. Unmute. We can't hear you speak. Clement, unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, now. Yes, we can hear you.
So I'll be handling the lysis aspect. So lysis is a critical process in DNA extraction. The main aim of lysis is to rupture the cell wall so that we can expose the interest, our genetic interest, with these genetic materials, the DNA and RNA. So we do that by 2 methods. We have the physical method and chemical method. But on our slide, we are focusing on the chemical method. Can you move on to this next slide? So for the chemical method, we make use of some reagents, such as some buffer reagents, such as we have the guanidine thiocyanate, which is specific for rupturing the
Did we lose Clemens or what's going on?
So,
Can someone else pick it up, please?
Just continue. I think it's a network issue. So if you have a stable internet, just continue, please. We are all in the same team.
Okay. Yeah, so I hope I'm also audible. So I'll finish
Yes,
up
you're
on
audible.
where Clement left. So we say that for lysis, we have several materials that are needed. The first one is the lysis buffer, which is usually made up of two things: the detergent, such as the SDS or Triton X100, and cheotropic agents such as guanidine, thiocyanate. We also have an enzyme, proteinase K, a heat block or a water bath, and a vortex mixture. So what's actually involved in this process? The first thing, we mix the lysis with the buffer. So basically, and we said the buffer has two things: detergent, which will dissolve the lipid membranes, and the cheotropic agents, which denature the proteins and disrupt any secondary structures. So after this, we also add an additional proteinase K, which will break down the proteins, basically the nucleases that may degrade the DNA or RNA that we want. So we add a proteinase to digest these nucleases.
Please continue.
Sorry. Okay. So
Yeah,
I was at
continue.
Vortex. It's basically a centrifuge. So we use it to ensure homogeneous lysate before we incubate. So, and the recommendation for incubation is at 56 degrees Celsius for about 10 minutes. Going past this has been shown not to yield better results. So the optimum conditions, 56 degrees for 10 minutes. End results after this, we are left with a homogenized lysate containing nucleic acid, cell debris, and denatured proteins, ready for the next step.
All right.
So we head on to precipitation. Which will be handling precipitation.
Okay, and
Good
also I
afternoon.
want to say something, please, before you talk. Those 81 that are currently right lab present that are sharing this thing, please also put it in the chat. So this is different from attendance. We want to know those 81 who are currently present here. So, Geology, you can proceed.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Oluwatomi Adekoyajo. So I'm going to be talking on the precipitation step. And the purpose of this precipitation is to separate nucleic acid from the solution by making them clumps together. So the materials and equipment we're going to be using our cold ethanol, such solution which can be sodium acetate or magnesium chloride. Then our microcentrifuge tubes and centrifuges. So after lysis, which is the first process, alcohol, which can be ethanol or isopropanol, is added to the lysate. We add this because it reduces the solubility of DNA or RNA in the solution, causing it to precipitate. So such solutions like sodium acetate are also added to neutralize the negative charge on the DNA or RNA backbone, making it easier for the molecule to come together. This mixture is then centrifuged, so the precipitated DNA or RNA form a pellet at the bottom of the tube, which can be collected for further purification. So for the results, for the centrifugation, you spin mixture so that the nucleic acid can form a visible pellet at the bottom of the tube. And then the results, pellets contain concentrated DNA or RNA ready for the further purification, which is the next step. So, next slide,
All right.
please.
Next step is column loading, which will be handled by John Victoria.
Okay, and then Timon, please close. You have 5 minutes left, so whatever you do, make it snappy. You understand?
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. So for the next step, column loading, my name is John Victoria Yamide, and I'll be taking the column loading step. So majorly what this column loading step is all about is to capture the DNA and the RNA on the membrane, whereby it allows the impurity to flow through the collection tube. So one thing we have to know in this column loading is we have some materials we use, and that's the spin column, the collection tube, the pipette, the centrifuge, and the sample itself, which was gotten from the lysis and the precipitation. So for this step, what we first do is to get our spin column, whereby we put it into the collection tube. Then we pipette gently our sample into the spin column. So when that is being done, we put it into the centrifuge so that it can stay for 1 to 2 minutes. So one thing that happened during this spinning is that the nucleic acid, which is the DNA and the RNA, binds with the silica membrane inside the spin column. So when the DNA binds, what happened to the many other substances, which are the impurities, that they get to flow down into the collection tube. And when this is being when this occurs, it leads to the next step, which is the washing. Thank you.
All right, Toyin will be handling washing.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Toyin Fowebanim, and I'll be walking us through the washing step in column-based nucleic acid extraction. The purpose of this step basically is to remove any remnant impurities such as proteins, salt, enzymes, and other cellular debris which might have attached to the column without affecting the nucleic acid bound to the silica membrane. Next slide. So the materials basically needed is the wash buffer, which can be either ethanol or isopropanol, and also we need cheotropic salt as well as that makes up the wash buffer. We as well centrifuge is needed.
Toyin, please on your video so that I can add it in the spotlight so that people can see who's talking.
Okay.
Always do that. That's
Sorry. Okay. All right. So the materials and equipment needed for the washing process is the wash buffer, which comprise of the ethanol or isopropanol. Sometimes the cheotropic salt is also included so as to be able to wash all the impurities present in this. And the process includes after the nucleic acids are bound to the silica membrane, the column, the wash buffers are added to clean off unwanted materials, like I mentioned earlier. So the column is then placed in a centrifuge as the buffer passes through the membrane and the impurities are flushed out while the nucleic acid remains stuck to the membrane. So this step may be repeated several times just to ensure that what we have left is the desired DNA. Thank you.
And lastly, we'll have elution by Hamid.
All right. Hi, everyone. Okay, my name is Ahmed Sharifuddin, and I'll be walking us through the elution part. So the elution is just to release and collect the purified DNA from the silica membrane inside the spin column into a clean collection tube. And here are the materials and equipment that are used for this step. So the process basically involves the placing the spin column into a new clean microcentrifuge tube, and we use a low salt or slightly alkaline condition like 3HCl, which is called elution buffer, or nucleic acid, nucleic-free water directly to the center of the silica membrane, just to separate the nucleic acid that we have extracted to release it into the elution buffer. So we move to incubation for like 1 to 2 minutes at room temperature. So we let the solution to incubate, just leave it on the workbench to incubate for like 1 to 2 minutes, and then we move to centrifugation at a maximum speed up to like 13,000 to 14,000 RPM for 30 to 60 seconds. Then after this, the purified DNA or RNA will flow through into the tube below. So we can actually repeat this elution step so that we can get more yield of DNA. So for maximum recovery, especially with low yield DNA sample, so we can repeat the elution with another elution buffer. But the caveat here is that the second elution will be more diluted because we are adding more elution buffer. So the DNA will be more diluted, but it helps us to extract remaining nucleic acid. Thank you. Next slide.
All right.
All right. That's it for team 1. All right.
All right. Dayo, you can proceed.
Okay. What's the time? Did they finish on the clock?
So I'm just gonna retreat now. They did not, because I had to pause the time I gave them 2 added minutes because of the interruptions and the setbacks between Clement and so. So everybody for team 2, please know when you are called up to present, please put your video on so that I can spotlight you. And also, if you notice that one of your colleagues is being called and is having internet issues, as any of your colleague that is on call for team 2, just immediately just take up and just continue with the presentation. So this next time, I'm not going to give a grace for any added minute. So Dario, you can proceed.
All right. So Timon does not have any other extra time. Is that it?
Yes, that's good. They had 18 seconds left to exhaust
Okay.
their time.
So permit me to give them 3 more minutes for their Blender artist and the Unity developer. Any presentation from the Unity developer and Blender artist? Team 1. Team 1. Who is speaking for Team 1, please?
Hello. I'm part of the members for Team 1. We didn't prepare a presentation for the Blender and the Unity developer. We only created the slide deck.
Okay, but in the instruction for presentation, it was said the 15 minutes would actually cover for both the scientists, the Unity developers, and Blender. So do they not have anything to present?
Okay, let me just call up because I saw they sent something. 1 second.
Are they not on this call?
Wait, who are the Unity and Blender artists? Please, we want to know. Are you not on the call?
I'm on the call.
Okay, did they present something to us?
I'm on the call also.
Okay, then please present.
Please go ahead.
Go ahead and present.
You have 3 extra minutes.
Sir, we didn't prepare.
Okay, quick one. You don't necessarily have to prepare a slide to present your Unity or Blender. Just open what you've done, explain to us step by step how you get it done. That does it.
If you don't have anything to present right now, let's just move on to team 2.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody.
Okay, I'm not using my.
Sorry, quickly.
Okay.
1 hour, please. We are meant to take a
Device
break
that I
after
used
their
to-
presentation to
that
2.
designed
Please,
to
whoever is
listen, but
unmuted. Hello, who's speaking, please? So I think this shows that we do not listen to instructions, or at least read the instructions we put down on Discord. Because it was said on Discord that the 15 minutes will be attributed to scientists, community developers, and Blender artists. It was clearly stated there. So this shows on the part of, on the part of the team lead and also on the part of the other participants, team lead and device. Now you guys will read through the instructions that were placed. And like it or not, this does not speak well to your grades as a team. So we have 3 minutes to just show what you have done. Unity developers and Blender artists. Then we can close up and start the next meeting with questions. Go ahead, please.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'll go really quick. My name is Akane David, and I'm not actually a Unity developer or a Blender developer. So I just had to step in because I didn't have a particular role. So I did a Blender project. The little time I had left, I had to pick up something, and I'll share an image of it right now. So I was only able to. Okay, let me just get the image. Just give me a minute. I was only able to work on the first part of the Blender project, which was the plasma sample in the cryovial tube. I'll be sharing the image now of what I was able to do. So I think everybody can see it.
Yes,
so this was the project I did, and I did it in Blender. The first process I had to do was to add the mesh tool, which added the cylinder object. I had to create 3 different cylinder objects, and the first one was for the transparent tube, which was housing the the plasma, and the one for the container and one for the plasma itself. So I had to scale it and adjust the height, width, and length of each of them, and I had to actually to model and replicate the real object, which was the Caraval tube housed in the plasma. And in Blender, I was able to change the color of each of them using the properties column. And I was able to change the color to white, and also to replicate the plasma on it to look like. I also used gold for it. I also want to show you screenshots as well to show the live Blender project. I'm going to be adding the screenshot now to replace this. Okay, this is a screenshot of the live Blender project. So unfortunately, I was only able to do the first part of the project because the little time I had left, because I wasn't sure where I was meant to come in from as originally, I mean, machine learning engineer. So I didn't know it to come in as a machine learning engineer. So I just had to like step in and do something. The little time I had, and I was able to compose these projects. Well, I think that's all from my side. Any questions?
All right, thank you.
But sorry, go ahead, Mr. Killen.
Yeah, thank you, Akone David. That is really impressive that with the short time you had, you were able to come up with something. So I'm guessing the Blender artists and Unity developers for Team 1, I think there was Benjamin was trying to say something. Were you trying? Do you have something you wanted to present to us, or you were only trying to say
Yes,
something?
I wanted to say I did not join the meeting with my laptop because it's dead. But
Okay.
I uploaded the files I was able to do to the drive here.
Okay.
And I'm having issues with network. Let me try and share my screen. I'm having issues with network.
What you
Opening
can
the
do
drive
is,
link.
can you send the drive to me? Let me because you have 1 minute left in case you want to present anything.
I sent it to my team lead.
Okay. Can you drop it on the chat?
Yes, I think I forwarded it. Okay, sir.
Drop it on the chat and let me share it, and then while I'm sharing my screen, you will talk about it. So note, you only have 1 minute left. So Gafar, do you have anything to say to what Akonde David did?
Okay, just few things. I think your work could do better. I mean, the first item you showed was the Cairo tube containing, the tube containing the Cairo sample. Yeah, I noticed there are a few things you could do about it, but I will check the final product of your work and see if you've done it. I mean, maybe what you showed was just the first stage of the project and down to the completion. So at the end of the day, your final submission will determine how far it will help your team. You understand? And well, good work, by the way.
All right, so Benjamin,
Okay, thank you.
My screen, so I'll be your hands but you'll be my eyes. So which one should I?
Yes, sir. The water bath.
Okay, so I'm looking at the screenshots.
I think you should open the screenshot because that is a GLB file, so it's going to take it to blend.
Is that the screenshot?
No, that's not the screenshot. So the second one is the screenshot, but this is the model. I think you can 3D span that.
Okay, so this is a screenshot.
The second one, it's the one .png.
Okay, so I've clicked on the screenshot.
Yes, so this was what about I was able to model in Blender for the project according to the assigned lab object to its model.
Okay, what else?
Yes, sir. Then this under, yes, the task there. This is the picture of the microscope.
Benjamin, please on your video so we can see your face.
Oh, okay.
All right, proceed.
Okay, this is a picture of the microscope.
Okay, and how did you do it?
Oh, this one I had to use like reference images to make this. So actually tough. I had to like use parts by parts. Like it took time to do this. Actually, this is what I spent most of my time trying to make. before making the other ones. This one is a simple flask using a cylinder. I was able to extrude this, and those things you see on it, they are supposed to be image references to put.
Okay, so I think your time is up. So I'm going to stop my sharing. So I have something to say about Team One in regards to Unity and Blender. There is no unity, there is no coordination between your team. Whoever is the captain and co-captain, that is very poor on your part because you are supposed to have something presented. So Benjamin and David are Conde. So I would suggest you both now work together hands in hands. Now what I mean is that if you have something, you reach out to Benjamin. Benjamin, you have something, reach out to David because I'm guessing now both of you are the guys that are doing it. Because if there's only any other person, I'm not saying the person on the call. So both of you come together. Is a teamwork project. It's not a one person job. So, but it's impressive that you both were able to come up with something. So that is really, really nice. But next, so the coordination is really poor. On the captain and co-captain, this is really, really bad on your team because you are not leading your team properly. Do you understand? So I will employ both of you. So the next assignment or project you are given, please coordinate with each other, reach out to each other. I'm sure you all have some personal groups that you've all created whereby you guys are on the group. So always reach out to each other. So Benjamin notes Akonde David and David notes Benjamin, and also the captains and the co-captains note them. So in case if you are told to do something, reach out to each and every one of them and make sure they are all engaging and also doing it. All right. So thank you very much for Team One for your presentation. So Team Two, please, there was a lot of time wasted and a lot of time given. So we want you to you see the way Team One has presented. We don't want to waste more time. We're not going to give patience to any time or wasting. If your time is exhausted, you are done. So I also appreciate that anybody who is presenting for Team Two, once you are called up, please put on your video. Let us see your face so that you can be added to spotlight. And also, if you're Blender artists or Unity developers or whatever, make sure they are already, and have everything ready before your presentation. So, all right, Mr. Oludayo, you can proceed.
All right, we'll take a pause and reconvene by 2 o'clock, and we start with some questions in 5 minutes and start by 2:05. But however, anyone that is not going for Jovan should please stay on the call, get your acts together. You've seen how Team One has done, not quite impressive, not quite impressive. So please and please get yourselves together, and I hope it gets better over time. Then we can
Thumbs up
address
to
all the
Team
others at
One.
then.
Thumbs up to Team One. Your slide presentation was really fantastic. To your Blender artist, thumbs up, but you can always do better. So, for those raising up their hands, you can proceed and let's answer your questions. Epoto Goodness, I can see your hands have been raised up since. So please proceed and ask your question. And team two, please get ready. So your slides, your Blender artist, Unity, prepare everything. So once this do, we just kick off immediately.
Okay, good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yes, please. I want to say thank you very much for having this program organized, and I want to thank you all for accepting us to be in this platform. But sir,
Yeah.
my own is just a plea. I've already scheduled between 11 to 1 as my
Okay.
time to be for this program. But
All right.
now I've been in one position for more than two hours extra
Okay.
just for me to meet up with it. And by 2, I'm supposed to be on the road, and it will not
Okay.
be nice for me to start presenting on the road. So please, I want to beg that my own time is a factor to many of us. Please, I just want to beg. I just want to beg for that, please.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's understandable. I mean, we did keep to our time, and that is apologies from our side. We are very sorry that we did not keep to our time. Next time, we'll promise that we'll do that. So if we set for level to 1, we're going to keep to that time. So if now you said you're going to be on the road by
I've
2.
gone to the market. Yeah, moved.
Hello, sorry, are you speaking to me or somebody else?
No, not you. I'm with you.
Okay, so if you are going to be on the journey by 2, is there somebody in your team that you can assign to step in your place?
I feel it's going to be late for me to put the person on that.
But you have the work already ready. It's just for the person to read through and speak about it.
Let's see how it goes.
Okay. Are you the captain or co-captain?
Please.
No, not captain, a member of the team.
Okay. So your captain or co-captain can also step in. Do you understand?
Thank you.
All right. So let's hear
Sorry,
the
please, what team are you on? Goodness.
Team 2.
Okay. How
And you're
about we
presenting with the scientists?
Yes, I'm presenting with the scientists.
How much grace could you give us before you set out on your journey?
Okay, maybe by 2:15 I'm proposing 2:15 I should be done.
Can we reach a compromise of 2:20?
I'll try.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, so what we'll do to accommodate for that is as soon as we reach the 2 o'clock mark, Team 2 should start presenting. We'll suspend questions for Team 1. Team 1, especially for the scientists, I still have some questions, but we'll suspend that so as to accommodate for Guinness's time. And we apologize once again regarding that. So
Dio,
we'll
I
get
have a
this.
suggestion. Why don't we use this time to ask the questions? Then immediately it's 2, we just proceed. What do you think?
Okay, fair enough. Do we have Team 1 scientists here? Team 1 scientists that did their presentation, are you here?
Make the suggestion.
Team 1 scientists.
Yes, we are.
Okay, please
Yes, we
share your
are.
screen.
And also to the team out there, if team 3 or 4 or 5 is ready, you can just drop it in the chat that you are ready to present, and we'll just go with it. So it doesn't have to be team 2, team 3 like that. Do you understand? So if team 5 is ready and has everything ready and you are ready to present, please just notify us, and then we'll just take it up from there. So it doesn't have to be team 1, team 2, 3, 3. So 5 is ready, 5 notify us, and then you take up team 2 slot.
All right, Team 1, you mentioned that there are 2 types of lysis step. You mentioned chemical and physical. Am I right? Team 1. Sorry, goodness, are you raising your hand again, or it's still that's issue
Sorry,
to
I'm
which
going
we've
to lower
spoken
it
about?
now. I'm going to lower it now. Sorry.
All right, thank you. Team 1 scientists, there is no feedback from you. What's going on?
Okay, not trying to buy them an excuse, but I suspect they must have gone for Jumat.
I don't think all of them have gone for Jumat.
There should be one team 1 scientist on the call. Not all of them went for GMAT.
And when I asked now, somebody responded. I think we'll just wait till they are.
Just one. Motherfucker, this one joke.
Welcome back. You're still watching Kaleidoscope on Channels Television. Let's tell you.
Sorry, I'm not muted. No, give me go. Give me go. So we have 9 minutes left to 2 o'clock. So team 2, hope you are getting ready to make your presentation. Once it's 2 p.m. sharp, we kickstart immediately. Also appreciate all team members in team 2. Please join on the call because immediately you start, we would like you also drop on your name and your team on the chat. And for those going for Jumat, please let us know and drop your name on chat. And also, as Gafar has said, take a screenshot of it so that it can be used as your evidence that you stepped away for Jumat briefly. So, do we have any scientists for team one? Those who presented, I can see Clement Ojo. I can see team one. Is there any scientists currently present right now? Those are presented the slide. Team one.
So I think some few of us are still around. I think there are many people that are not currently around, but there are still few of us around.
Okay, so Mr. Dio, Olu Dio.
Yes, please.
Okay, so I think Olakunle is from team one, so we can address the question to him since we have about 5 minutes left.
Okay. I was asking your team members, or one of your team members, mentioned two types of lysis, and the chemical one was discussed. How about the physical lysis process? Can you give us a summary about what it's about?
Okay, sir. When it comes to lysis, from the terms physical and chemical, it actually talks about the method that is used. Chemical, you actually, from the explanation, you actually have to use chemical substances. But when it comes to physical, it will actually need a kind of force, like sometimes it could be sound waves, it could be pressure to actually rupture cells that are rupture cells in order to have access, because the major process of DNA extraction is that there are a lot of things around the DNA, and what we're trying to achieve is that we're trying to remove impurities and barriers so that we can actually get the DNA itself purely. So chemical lysis will use chemical substances, while physical lysis will actually use a physical approach like sound wave and pressure. Thank you, sir.
All right. In what scenario would you use physical lysis? And is physical lysis independent of chemical? Like once you use physical lysis, you don't need to use chemical. And when you use chemical, two questions, take it one by one. In what scenario would you use physical lysis?
Okay.
Yes.
There are
Can I
times
answer the
when
question?
okay.
Sir.
Yes, anyone.
Please,
Hello, sir.
yeah, please on your video, Clement. If you
Go
want
ahead, go ahead.
please put on your video, Clement.
Okay, for physical lysis, we can combine it with chemical actually, but we usually use physical lysis for our extract or sample that are extracted from maybe component that has hard tissue. Like for example, now like plants, we use part of plants like leaves, all those parts, they are very hard to lyse. So we usually use hard lysis for those kind of structure, like leaves of plants. So because they usually require high pressure and high forces for them to lysis. So we don't. So for physical, that's one of the advantages of physical lysis. But for some soft tissue, like that of mammalian tissue, if you extract from mammalian tissue, so the tissue are not that hard compared to plant, they are kind of soft. So if you use physical lysis using pressure and everything, although you might lysis the cell wall and sorry, they don't have cell wall, you might lysis the cell membrane, but the disadvantage is that it might causes fragmentation of the genetic material like RNA. Like RNA is very unstable compared to DNA, and it can cause fragmentation of RNA. So we don't usually use physical lysis for soft tissue like mammalian tissue. But when it comes to plant tissue, you can use physical lysis. Thank you.
Well, that's not right. Physical lysis is also used for mammalian tissue. And the essence of using it
Hello,
for
sir. Can you hear me, sir?
mammalian tissue. Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Sir.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
Yes, you're right about
What do you
using
say, sir?
physical. can you hear me?
Hello, yes, you are very audible, sir.
So, physical lysis is used for samples with tough tissue. Yes, you're right on that. However, you are not right to say that it is not used for mammalian tissue because mammalian tissue also needs some form of breaking it down, in which you can also employ physical materials to break down the tissue so as to break down your cells into bits and bits. So well done on that. I think my next question was that
So I just want to
my
quickly
next question.
comment to that the chemical lysis, usually physical lysis may be adopted in terms when chemical lysis may interfere with the product that we derive, the DNA itself. But I think that's when it could possibly interact, I think that's a reason why we could go for physical lysis. Also with the fact that physical lysis too, and just like you said, also is for strong tissues. Of course, you already corrected that even mammalian tissues too. But because of the interaction, chemical lysis may be a good option. Thank you, sir.
Sorry, let me go what you said, right? So chemical lysis might be a good option for what? Say that again, please. Hello.
Okay. Hello, Dio. I guess it's already 2 o'clock. We'll come back to the questions. So, team 2, please.
And team 2, get ready. Sorry, quickly. Team 1, I hope you guys know that you have mentors on your group as well. You using AI to answer your question shows that you guys don't know, you didn't do your own work well, but it's fine. Moving on, team 2, please go ahead.
Team 2, your time starts now. So whatever you're doing, please make it snappy.
Please, what's going on with team 2? Hello.
So sorry, I'm trying to contact our leader. He's supposed to share his screen, so I don't know what's happening on his end.
Is it Damilare Taiwo? Someone else can share the screen and then people start. We're on the clock. One of your team members also has to leave.
Let me share my screen. So yeah, there we go.
So team 2, you've used 2 minutes out of your time for just trying to share your screen. So you have 13 minutes left. Whatever you're trying to present, make it snappy.
Okay, for team 2, we'll be We'll be presenting on the workflow for PCR polymerase chain reaction, having received our pure DNA template from Team 1. We will walk you through the procedures for the polymerase chain reactions. We have 4 different types, which we'll be talking about. And for the first presentation, we'll have Bailey Ibokon to have that.
All right, please put your slide in slideshow or your PowerPoint in slideshow.
Yeah, I'm trying to do that.
Just scroll up and click on the slideshow just beside the share button.
All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ibuko Rebecca Bailey, and I'll be starting this presentation. So during COVID-19 pandemic, one test became a global standard for detecting the virus with remarkable accuracy. This is the PCR test. So the PCR test is done using a PCR machine. This test relies on a powerful technique called the polymerase chain reaction. This allows scientists to amplify tiny amounts of viral genetic material until it becomes detectable. This technique was discovered by an American biochemist named Carey Mullis. So basically, PCR just has 3 steps, which includes denaturing, annealing, and extension. Denaturing is done at 95 degrees Celsius. And basically, the double-stranded DNA is separated using a high temperature to become 2 single-stranded DNA. Then for annealing is done at 55 degrees Celsius. So basically, the primers adhere to the DNA strands, or you can say the primers bind to the complementary sequence. The next step is extension. The temperature is raised to about 72 degrees Celsius in order to extend the primers and synthesize new DNA strands using a Taq polymerase. So I'll be talking on conventional PCR. So conventional PCR is a basic molecular biology technique used to amplify specific DNA sequence. It involves a series of repeated temperature changes called cycles to amplify a target DNA region. The amplified product is then visualized using a secondary procedure like gel electrophoresis. So for a protocol overview, it just uses reagents and like the normal 3 PCR steps. Can you go to the next slide, please? So for PCR components, or rather the reagents for the conventional PCR. So basically, it uses a DNA template, it uses primers, it uses DNTPs, Taq polymerase, and a buffer. So the DNA template, this is just the DNA sequence that needs to be amplified. Primers are short, single-stranded DNA sequences. DNTPs are the building blocks of DNA, and it is used to create new DNA strands. Taq polymerase is just a heat-stable DNA polymerase. Then PC buffer just provides the optimal chemical environment for the PCR reaction. My colleague will be taking the remaining parts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Olofin Luatoke, and I'll be working on the reaction setup that we have for conventional PCR. We are going to prepare 10 samples of mosquito DNA, and we are using the master mix, the forward primer, the reverse primer, and the water and DNA templates. We are going to start by labeling our PCR tubes, and giving them a sample identification number. We'll add our master mix 6.25 microliter, our forward primer 0.25 microliter, reverse primer 0.25 microliter, water, distilled water 3.75 microliter, and we'll add the DNA templates. This gives us 11.5 microliter per sample. And after this, we'll mix them together by gently tapping the PCR tubes, and we'll centrifuge them briefly. Then we'll displace them into the thermal cycle and set the conditions that my colleague has said before. The conditions of denaturation at 94 degrees Celsius for about 2 minutes, annealing 52 degrees Celsius for about 30 seconds, and extension. Please, the next slide. Then to get our results for conventional PCR, we have to use gel electrophoresis by loading agarose gel on the electrophoretic machine, and we'll load the samples on the gel, and we'll also load a DNA ladder which serves as reference size for the DNA that we're trying to amplify. Then after the electrophoresis, we place our gel under the ultraviolet transilluminator to check the band. And if a band is shown, that means the DNA that we're trying to amplify is present in the sample. And if there is no band, that means the DNA we're trying to amplify is not present. But if we see a fixed band, that means that there is primer dimer, which means the primers they to the cell instead of the DNA that we're trying to amplify. Then viewing this, we check the expected size of our DNA using the DNA ladder to reference it. So if the DNA is aligning with the DNA ladder, that means our conventional PCR is successful. I'll be handing over to the next person. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. So I'll be making presentation on reverse transcriptase, which is, so the reverse transcriptase, as we know that it basically, can we hear me?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah,
so,
be fast with your presentation. You only have
so
6 minutes.
is a molecular techniques that basically that detect or quantify a RNA. And basically we have, since we are working with 10 samples, so we have two type of liver transcripted PCR. We have one step and two steps. And the figure 10 is showing the steps of the liver transcripted PCR. And also the figure 11 is showing the reagent that are used in the extraction. So from from RNA kit that we extract in liver transcripted, we don't use DNA, we use an RNA. So from there, we use RNA, we have the DNTP mix and the RNase inhibitors and the AG3, that is the KDR specific primer, and also the buffer and the nuclease-free water. And also the figure 12 is showing the river transcriptase protocol from the target mRNA, which is and the river transcriptase, which is the enzyme, act on it. Then the RNA strand is being splitted. We can see the cDNA, that is the complementary DNA. Then the DNA polymerase act on it with the primer when it is added. Then from then the aligning temperatures of the aligning of the primers, the extension of the DNA sequence, and eating of the separate strands rather. Next slide. So the figure 13 showing the thermocycling stages of the river transcriptase. Then we have the 55 degrees Celsius of the river transcriptase from when the reverse transcriptase enzyme is being acted on the mRNA that we extract from the samples. Then we have the activation and the activation of the qPCR, then the denaturization stage and the annealing and extension. So the figure 14 is showing the amplification plot of the river transcriptase. We can see that if we use a qPCR, it will quantify the gene that is present in the sample. But if we use a conventional PCR, a gel electrophoresis will be used in order to know the gene of interest. So, and also we can see from there that we have various equipment that have been used also. And in the application of the PCR, we have it in the medical applications in the detection of infectious disease, and also in forensic science that we use our DNA fingerprinting and trace evidence analysis. And also in genetic research, we've also been able to use it in gene cloning and gene sequencing. So I will hand over to the next presenter, which is real-time PCR. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Bukoye Mary. I'll be presenting on quantitative PCR, that's the qPCR. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we
So
can.
so the qPCR amplifies and quantifies DNA. And then the basic thing about what differentiates this quantitative PCR from others is because they have, you can monitor the reaction in real time. So the system showcase a graph which shows how the DNA is being amplified per time. So that's what differentiates this techniques from other type of PCR. And the component that we'll be using for this PCR, basically we have the master mix, which comprises of the DNA polymerase, magnesium chloride, and taq polymerase. So we also have the forward primer, the reverse primer, and the DNA template. All these have been said. So this primer, they actually contain a sequence of nucleotides which are very short. So this will give us the starting point for the DNA replication. And as has been explained before, we have basically three stages in this process with a particular temperature at which it occurs. So we have the naturating, the annealing, and the extension. Then we have the holding temperature. What the holding temperature is for is basically for probably pausing the reaction till you come back to it later on. So moving on to the next slide, then that's figure 16. We have two types. When we are talking about this quantitative PCR. We have the one that uses the SYBR green detection and the Taqman detection. For the green detection, that one is just a green dye. So the dye is placed into the mixture, and then when the reaction commences, there will be application of the color. So when there's application of color, it means that the result, we are having a good result. That means the DNA is being replicated. While that of the Taqman detection, that one uses a small probes. So these small probes, you can see in the extension part, that's the line 3 there. That's extension at 72 degrees Celsius. That one, you see that there is a probe there that has F to it and then Q. So the F stands as the fluorescence, and then the Q is the quencher. So as the replication, as the process begins to add new nucleotide, and then the primer begins to elongate, the each of the nucleotide in the probe.
Less than 2 minutes left.
All right. Thank you so much. Our network is. I'll take over from there. For the multiplex, it's pretty much the same. The multiplex PCR is pretty much the same for the other PCRs, but just that what the genes of interest we are amplifying, we amplify multiple genes of interest, at least two, and so we can have the qPCR multiplex, or we have conventional multiplex, and these are the setups, the reagents for all. And for this protocol, we're using the conventional multiplex PCR, which at the end of the run, we're expected to do our gel electrophoresis. And for the two alleles, these are the bands that we expect to see. And also the applications are similar for detection of inheritance, abnormalities, and all of the other things. But just the key difference is that we are running more than one genes of interest. Thank you. So we'll give the time now to our Blender and Unity developers to tell us what they have been doing. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Egeka Felix Rosele, and I'm the Blender artist for Team 2. So I would love to share my screen to present what I've done so far.
Go ahead and share your screen. Or your time has exhausted.
So
Also notice that the extra time you use also contributes, can factor into your mark.
okay. So currently we're just only two in the group, so we couldn't do much. So this is what I can have done so far. So this is the 1.5 micro centrifuge tube. So how I did this was I actually used a cylinder. Look at the reference I use is here. So I used the cylinder to get the shape, and I just modeled the cover through box modeling. Then I used the lattice modifier to get the shape of the cylinder, so I can actually label it the way I did now to get all these labelings. So that's how I did for the 1.5 millimeter micro centrifuge tube. So next is the 2 meter tube. So I just modeled the cover and the same cylinder, so I use it to model the body. So the reference I use in then the next was the conventional PCR thermocycler. I just quickly did this on through box modeling too. I used the subdivision surface to smoothen the bevel modifier to get the bevels in the edges. And then the next one was the 996 well PCR plate. So I just only modeled one, then I use an array modifier to get the duplicates. Then I modeled a plane to serve as the rack for the PCR plate. So I use a boolean tool to cut a hole through the rack and place the remaining to place the tubes in it. So that's all we could do so far because just the two of us and time was not really on our side. And my colleague,
Great job, Ekeka. It's more like it's palpable. Your images are palpable. I must commend you on that. Great job.
thank you, sir.
So, thank you very much, Erica. I mean, your work, yeah, you really did well. I would say I'm impressed.
Thank you.
So, sorry, please, the name of the person who spoke before you, what's his name? That was the guy
Uh,
presenting the last and the references.
Yes, that
I
is
can.
Sobol.
John.
Yes, Sobol John. Could you?
All right. So, Gafar, do you
So
have anything to say?
Yeah, you've done a fantastic job. I mean, I'm impressed. So far, so good. And could you please render this with the hold on. So put it on render mode. Let me see. And use the lighting. Yeah.
I didn't really put any materials on it yet.
Okay. All right. Well, nice job. Considering the time you had to put this together, yeah, you've really tried. So you still have the grace of so most likely for the blenders and the Unity guys, your work will be graded within the weekend. So you had the opportunity to just complete the few touches you haven't done. So yeah, and have it submitted to the channel.
All right.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
So, Mr. Dio, you can proceed.
Sorry,
Okay.
Ekeka, were you the Unity developer or the Blender artist?
I'm the blender artist.
One of the Unity developer was not.
Good afternoon, everyone. The Unity developer is here. My name is Arima Akinwale.
All right, you have 2 minutes extra, and that's all. Please go ahead.
Okay, everyone should be able to see my screen right now.
Okay, before you go ahead, as much as we are giving grace to you guys to have more time, note that you're eating into more time of your colleagues, and that's not fair on them. So please and please, like you said, it's going to be taken out of the mark as wonderful as your products are. So please, quickly, 2 minutes, go ahead. You're on the clock.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Arima Akinwale. I'm the Unity dev for the team. We were actually the second person is not around, so let me just go straight to the project. So what we've been able to do so far is to create an environment for where certain like the PCR and other lab procedures could take place, and we've been able to add other lab equipment to the environment. Well, when the 3D, and we'll still add what the 3D artist has been, the Blender artist has been able to do so far, and for how we were able to do this. So we were able to get a 3D model. We were able to get a 3D model, which a Blender 3D model, which we were able to, extract the texture and the textures and the whole outline of the figure. So right here you have different lab equipment and the different structures here in the environment. Like here, this is the microscope. Let me zoom up on this. Wow. This is the microscope, and we have other things. We have we have the petri dish, we have the pipettes, and we have basically different things you find in the lab, which would obviously be useful when you want to say teach students, or you want to show people certain procedures that can be conducted in the lab, and that's pretty much that about that. Yeah.
All right. I suppose your time is up.
Yes.
Nice
Thank you,
job.
sir.
I can see you have great images. You guys have worked hand in hand, and that shows good team spirit. However, I want to straight up to Ekeka. You said you were two on the team. Did both of you work on that project, or you alone worked on that project?
We're supposed to be two, but he was having problem with his software. I can't really remember what his complaint was. So I was the only one that actually did
All right.
this. Yeah.
All right, that's fine. Akinwade, how about you?
Well, both of us worked on the project. We were all throughout last night actually working on this. So both of us worked on the project.
So how come he or she is not here?
He's at work right now. He's at work, and he said he's having a meeting with his boss.
Team captain, did he notify you about his absence?
Yes, I'm not aware about that. It's not from
All right.
Akinwale. Thank you, sir.
All right. No worries. All right, great job. Better presentation from team two. I will skip my questions. Or Dr. Terence. Dr. Terence. Okay, yes, please go ahead. I believe you have some questions. Go ahead. You're breaking up,
I
Dr.
have a question
Terence.
this year. So you made it seem like it's only you. Sorry, can you hear me better? Hello, is it better
Yes,
now?
sir, it's better. Yes, sir.
Okay. I was saying my question is regarding the one presented on RT-qPCR. So you made it seem like you can only use it for the detection of to measure the expression of genes. Do you know that we can also use it for the detection of pathogens? That would be
Yes,
my
sir.
first question. And if
Yes.
yes, what makes it more suitable for the detection of pathogens to have a starting material RNA than DNA?
So I didn't get that part, sir.
I say the question is, what makes it more suitable when you want to detect a pathogen to have a starting material for your PCR, RNA, rather than DNA?
Okay, thank you so much, sir, for the question. So what makes it more suitable for having more RNA
Not
than
having more RNA, but to use RNA instead of DNA if you want, because usually what is What is known is that RNA protocol are more sensitive, so are able to detect better than DNA protocol. So what would be the
Yes.
explanation for that?
Yeah, okay. So basically, reverse transcriptase only it is used to detect and quantify. It's only use RNA. Other PCR use DNA. So the reverse transcriptase basically, I don't know, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you well.
So reverse transcriptase basically detect and quantify RNA by first converting it from a cDNA, then amplify the complementary DNA. It will first convert the RNA to a cDNA, then amplify that cDNA. So, and that process, as we know that our central dogma theory is DNA to RNA to protein. But in this case now, we are not following from that. We have to now from RNA to a cDNA, which is a complementary DNA. Then we are going to use a reverse transcriptase enzyme in order to convert that from RNA to a cDNA. Then we have our specific, for example, in Anopheles gambiae, maybe we want to detect a mutation. So instead of using a qPCR to quantify the gene, we can use one step reverse transcriptase, then run a conventional PCR, then use gel to be able to know the band size of that pathogen, because that mutation, we have different band size for it. So in that band size, once we run the gel, we can see maybe we use 100 base pair. From that 100 base pair, we can be able to see maybe, okay, 200 band size is the band size for the particular pathogen, sir. Hello, sir.
I can see that you understand the principle of the whole technique, but it was not really the answer to my question, but I can see that you master it. So basically what is makes more RNA more suitable is that, like, you have a single molecule of DNA, right? But
yes,
as
sir.
DNA, like, genes are expressed. So you have, for a single cell, if I have to take it, like for a single cell, it will express like a lot of RNA. So that's what makes
Sir.
it more suitable, actually.
Yes,
So
thank you, sir.
you have like so when you use RNA, you have more starting material than DNA. So
DNA, yes,
that's what
sir.
makes it more suitable.
More suitable, yes.
But your
Thank you so
explanation
much.
was also clear. So, and I like it that you use as example Anopheles, because
Yes,
I'm an
sir.
entomologist. So
Oh, wow.
good.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Terence, for the wonderful question. So, Dio, we can proceed to team 3. So, team 3, please get ready. Or if team 4 is
All
ready.
right. All right, the seat is hot. All hands are on deck. The pressure has just gotten worse, sir. You guys need to up your game. I believe now you know that we know our stuff at IGH to a large extent. So, team 3, over to you. Better organization, team 2. I applaud you guys for that.
Yeah.
Team 3, we
So
are
team 3,
taking too much
you
time.
have
So, please, team 3,
you have the
go
grace
ahead.
of 1 minute to start. So compile everything you have to do, plan yourself ahead, and already once the time starts from 15 minutes, you kickstart your presentation.
So all members of team 2 presently on this call, please, as I've always said, drop your name or your team on the chat to notify that you are currently present. So for the Unity and Blender artists for team 3, also get your work ready and loaded. Immediately the slide is done, you present immediately. So thank you very much, team 2. That was a very nice presentation, but please also keep to time. You're exhausted. You used about 30 minutes, so please next time keep to time. So team 3, are you ready?
Yes, sir, we are.
All right, so you can take the floor and introduce yourselves.
Good morning, everyone. Panelists and sponsors here today. My name is Clevo Zedeko. So I'm presenting for Team 3. I'm talking about gel enterprises. So we're going to be using a case study which was carried out by Dr. Fatima Vema, and this was used to detect certain viruses that were responsible for acute diarrhea in children under 5 years. So why gel electrophoresis? Gel electrophoresis is known as a technique that is used to recognize DNA or RNA strands that are by considering their size and their charge, and passing electric field through a gel, and that was what make it poetic. So it's used in molecular biology, but in this case, it's going to be used in pathogen detection. Yeah. So in this case study, we are going to be using Haggarus, and what Haggarus? Haggarus is known to have a high resolution. That's why it's mostly used for DNA, and we'll be preparing 2% Haggarus gel. Why 2% Haggarus gel? According to our research study, we have between 100 and 500 base pairs of DNA we are trying to detect. So because of this, we are going to be using 2% Haggarus, and this is done by taking 2 grams of Haggarus, pouring into a conical flask, first weighing on a weighing balance with a foil paper, then pour into a conical flask and dilute with 100 ml of 1 times T of 1 times 3 acetate EDTA buffer. So I'll hand over to the next presenter, Balogun. Take it from me.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Balogun Olayemi. I'll be talking on I'll be talking on buffer solution and the casting setup. So the buffer solution contains 1 times TAE and 1 times TAA, and in the preparation of this, if you like to prepare 100 ml of. I hope you can still hear me, please.
Yes, we can
Yes,
hear
we
you.
can. Go ahead.
Please proceed.
If we are to prepare 100 ml of
Okay,
You're
Balogun,
breaking up, please.
solution, we are to mix 10 ml of the stock solution.
Okay, I like it.
Hello, can you hear me, please?
Hello,
Yes.
can she help you? Hello, brother. What is it? You see, I'm with her phone. No, her phone is in my office. Yeah. She went to phase 2, though.
Hello, can you hear me?
All right. Yes, I can hear you. Please proceed. Proceed.
To prepare 100 ml of 1 times TAE in a 10x solution, so we are to mix 10 ml of the 10x solution in the 90 ml of water to get 1 times TAE. And why do we use 1 times TAE buffer? It is the working principle of gel electrophoresis, so as to it protects the pH of our sample. It also protects our sample from degradation, and it also conducts electricity. It also conducts electricity when running the gel. So I'll be
So whoever is taking over,
from
just
here.
take over.
You'll be talking on inclusion of
Is
DNS.
having network issue.
All right, good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Paul Adini, and I'll be talking on the inclusion of DNA stains. Generally, under normal light, DNA is usually invisible and it's usually colorless. So this brings the need for the DNA stains to be added in order to make the DNA bands visible afterwards. Some of the mostly used DNA stains are the gel red, the red save, and also the ethidium bromide. The mixture, after the DNA stain is added, the mixture is swirled gently to prevent the formation of bubbles. Then the mixed gel is then poured into the casting tray with the comb in place, and it is allowed to solidify. Then I'll be passing it to Kelechi.
Good afternoon, everybody. I will be presenting on loading the bed. And the 10 daily samples
Sorry,
were
quickly
prepared
before you go
using.
ahead. Hello.
Hello.
Your slide is not corresponding to what you're saying. So whoever is operating the slide should please do the right job. Well, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, sir. So I'll be talking on loading the gel. The 10 DNA samples were then prepared using different PCR techniques. And for the first 5, they were prepared using conventional PCR, and then the next 5 were prepared using multiplex PCR according to an experiment done by Burma et al. In 2024. And after this, the loading die will then be gently fixed into the into the gel, and it should be prepared up and down to prevent the formation of bubbles. Then the gel will be poured into the casting tray, and then the comb will be placed into it and left to solidify. Then after, the comb will be gently removed. So I'll be passing over to Phoebe.
My name is David Odola, and I'll be talking about using the micro pipette and loading gel. So the micropipette is the laboratory apparatus used in this process, and it is used to aspirate any sample from the microcentrifuge tube. According to the paper we're working on, the reference working on by Dr. Verma, 10 samples were used um, in this particular electrophoresis procedure, and the micropipette was used to aspirate DNA samples. Each DNA samples are loaded directly into the and dispensed directly into the loading wells. We should also note that in electrophoresis process, the DNA sample is prepared with a loading buffer which contains glycerol, and it allows the DNA samples to sink down directly into the loading well. I'll be handing over to my next speaker, Tola Temibafor.
Hello everyone, my name is Tola Tebamifa. We're talking to us about the step in gel electrophoresis that involves adding or loading the DNA ladder. First of all, what's a DNA ladder? It's basically a standard to which we can compare the DNA fragments that we intend to measure. It is used like a ruler to determine the fragment size of the DNA fragments in the samples. Prior to loading the DNA ladder, it has to be properly mixed. About 1 microliter of ladder per millimeter of gel laying was used. And to get that volume, 4 microliters of water was added to the tube, then 1 microliter of the loading dye was added. 1 microliter of the DNA ladder was added afterwards. The tube was shaken to mix, and the ladder is now ready to be loaded onto the gel. The DNA ladder is loaded onto one of the lanes the same way the other DNA samples were loaded, as was outlined by my colleague, the presenter before me. Thank you. I'll be handing over to Taiwo Temitope Ogunjobi.
Thank you, Tola Tibamifo. So I'm really going to be talking about running the gel. Immediately after loading the gel, the next thing to do is just to run the gel, and it is important that you place the electrophoresis chamber on a stable level surface near the power supply, and then fill with bare running buffer. Also, then you remove the combs and then load the prepared samples via a micro pipette. And it is important to note that while loading your gel, low voltage actually equals to a kind of slower migration, but a clearer separation. And also, when you are using a kind of high voltage, it is a way risky, though the migration is going to be faster. So I'll be passing the next stage to Kunle.
Thank you very much. Adekunle Showale is my name. Good afternoon to everyone. After the electrophoresis have been set up, the next thing is the voltage regulator is connected to the power source, and the two cords from the voltage regulator is connected to the electrophoresis plate. So one, the cathode end, and the anode end. So thereafter, it is regulated to 80 volts, and we first check it for 60 minutes to see the migration of the DNA bands across the gel. So if it has covered to 3/4, the movement are covered to 3/4 of the gel, then it can be stopped, or you can allow additional time. So I will be handing over to Francisca from there.
If Francisca is long gone, please proceed. Francisca, are you talking? You're muted.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is
So
Francisca.
after that,
Still online. The search happens right, please.
Francisca, you can proceed, please.
Oh, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Francisca, and still on running the slides. The previous speaker already walked you through connecting the power supply. The science happens right after this is done. DNA, as we know, it has a negative charge from its phosphate component. What this means is that when the electric field is set up, the fragments will migrate from cathode, which is the negative electrode, to anode, which is the positive electrode. And the migration is what causes the bands to separate across the gel. Another important thing to note is that the gel acts as a molecular sieve, meaning that smaller fragments most likely move easier and faster than larger fragments. And the difference in migration speed is what allows us to separate the DNA fragments by size. When the entire run is complete and bands have migrated an appropriate distance, power supply is then turned off and the gel is ready for staining and visualization for DNA pattern analysis. I'll be passing the mic to Becky now. Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is Becky and I'll be talking on viewing the gel using a transilluminator. So after electrophoresis, the agarose gel is placed on a transilluminator. But before visualization, a protective filter is used to block harmful UV radiations and enhance DNA band contrast. The agarose gel spends no more than 45 seconds illuminator to prevent DNA denaturation. And we're able to see these reddish-orange bands as a result of the interaction between the ethidium bromide stained DNA and the ultraviolet B light. So after visualization, the image can be captured with a camera for further analysis. I'll be passing this to Tino to continue. Thank you.
Yeah, you have less than 2 minutes left.
You have 3 minutes left, so please.
Would have our Unity developers come up now to discuss. Thanks.
So now we are muted.
All right. Good morning or good day. So I was the Unity developer for Team 3, and I won't be able to perform a live demo because of network issues. So I'll just be showing the video of the work we did. I'm with my teammate here, Bimini Fallow. I think he's in the chat. Are you there?
Yes, I'm
Okay,
here. I'm here. You can
So
continue.
yeah, okay. It was one that worked with the models that we used, and I was the one that did the programming involved. So I will also drop a YouTube video that links to the demo that we did. Also, I'm just going to play it right here on my phone. So let me share my screen. I'm sorry. Okay. So I don't is my screen visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Hello,
Okay. So this was
my
demo
name
that
is
we
John.
did using the Unity.
I will be your lab assistant for today.
It's coming up. Yeah.
Can you see the video?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. So the objects and the test tube and the equipment can also be moved around. So experiments can be performed in the virtual world. All right, so the development phase took us 2 days to perform everything. So I don't know, should I drop the YouTube link in case anybody wants to revisit it later?
No, drop it in the Discord.
Okay, all right.
Would have
Thank you.
our blend artist come out now. Thank you.
And sorry for the YouTube link, please. Sorry, quickly for the YouTube link, please don't make it public yet.
Exactly.
Only when you drop the link, the mentors, the right mentors will send you their email so that you can add them to view the video. So please put it on private. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lao Teslim Okwemi, and I'm the blend artist presenting for group 3. So here's the models that we've worked on. We have the micropipette computer system.
Please proceed. They have 1 minute left. Just proceed.
All right. We also have the test tube, the gel electrophoresis comb, and other different models that we have here.
So I began with modeling the test tube and its rack, and also modeled using array modifier from all of this, and also with the tip box, the micro pipettes, which was assembled together. So the after setting, because time was gone and I'm the only one working on it. So this is the microwave that was worked on, and it was gotten online free, and also with certain models generated with AI. I was able to work on the UV transilluminator, and also the gel tank that were gotten with AI, and I used
You've
Typo
exhausted your
3D,
time, so you
which
are
the
running
image
on
was
extra
first
time.
generated with
Lawal, can you hear me, please? You've exhausted your time. Now you're running on extra time. So please note that. We'll proceed.
I didn't get that, please.
You are running on extra time right now. You have exhausted your 15 minutes. So now you are running on extra time. Please proceed.
All right. Yeah, I'm actually done. So that is the presentation for the Blender models.
So I want to ask you, how many Blender artists are you the only Blender artist in your team?
Yes, I am. I'm the only Blender artist in the team.
Okay, Gafar, do you have any question for him?
So when you say you use the AI to model your asset, what else did you do to it? Did you reduce it? Yeah, okay. How were you able to get poly counts to a limited amount?
Okay, so that the models are going to be game ready, there is a feature on Typo 3D that you can use to retopologize, and it gives about 3,000 vertices count. Although when I brought it into Blender, it's still very dense. So I use the decimate modifier to still bring it down, and then that's why I have this clean mesh here, and also this for the gel tank here. So that's how I went about it.
Okay, can you put it on render mode? Let me see.
What do you say, please?
Can you put it on render mode? Let me see.
They do not have materials. So this
Okay, they
is
don't have
render
materials
mode.
yet. All
Yeah, they don't
right.
have materials.
Okay, so you still have the grace of today and tomorrow to work on your materials before you do the final submission.
So yeah, for the that's the Unity developer. You said you were two in your team, right? Who is the second person?
Mr. Gbemini Falowo is also in the chat.
Yeah, kindly on his video and let's see who he is.
Yeah, he should.
Vinegar. Vinegar, please, can you speak? Or Gbemini, I guess. Gbemini, can you hear me?
Sorry.
Okay.
Can we quickly round up this?
Yeah, we are done after this. I just need to know who the person is.
All right. Great job. Great job to the Unity developer.
Yeah.
Actually.
And
the
very
Blender
nice.
artist.
The sound was also
There's still
nice.
more work to be done. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, so let's
But
proceed.
great job.
Gbemini does not want to share his video. And so team 4, get ready. So team 3, thank you very much. It was a very nice presentation. Your Unity, the Blender artist, and your slide. Although we advise that you keep to time as your colleagues in other groups are still waiting. So thank you very much, guys. So team 4, get ready. You'll be presenting now. So in the chat too, for all three Team 3 members, please put your name as I've said. Those that were on the call, and especially those that presented the slide, the blender, please state your name there in the chat. Thank you very much. Okay, Team 4, are you ready?
Okay, your time start counting now.
So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ayomide Jedede, and I'm from Team D. Today we'll walk you through the process of Illumina library preparation, which is a key step in preparing DNA for next generation sequencing. So these are the list of contributing members. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so what is Illumina sequencing? Illumina sequencing is a high throughput method that allows billions of DNA fragments to be read in parallel. This technology is widely used in genomics, diagnostics, microbiology, and disease research. However, before DNA can be sequenced on an Illumina platform, it must go through a process called library preparation. And this process aims to transform raw DNA into a format that can be recognized and sequenced by the Illumina machine. So Illumina library preparation involves 4 major steps as seen to the right. And this step starts with, no, not this slide, the previous slide, yeah. This slide starts with DNA fragmentation, addition of adapters and indexing. Then we'll move on to cleanup using SPRI bits, and then finally quantification and size management and size measurement. So after doing this, we then start the steps. So in this simulation, we work with 10 bacterial samples, and we'll show you how each stage of the workflow is carried out. Next slide, please. Yeah, so first off, the first thing to do in Illumina library preparation is DNA fragmentation. And I undo this step with a fellow team member for our 10 bacterial samples. So what is DNA fragmentation? Basically, what DNA fragmentation aims to do is to break the genomic DNA into smaller fragments for Illumina sequencing. This comes after extracting high-quality genomic DNA from each bacterial culture. Since bacterial genome yield high amount of DNA as compared to other microorganisms like viruses, we'll make use of mechanical fragmentation, specifically the ultrasound sonification, which we use the Covaris instruments. So this method uses sound waves to randomly break the DNA into smaller pieces. And to do this, each sample will be placed in a sonification tube and loaded into the sonicator system, which, as I mentioned earlier, is the Covaris instruments. The settings are then adjusted to generate fragments of around 300 to 500 base pairs, which is actually the ideal range for Illumina library preparation. So once sonification is complete, the tubes are then removed, and a small portion of each fragmented sample is transferred for quality control, which would be discussed by another team member, Onosita. Over to you.
Okay, then we go on to quality control. And the reason why we need to do this quality control is to ensure that the samples that are being prepared for library sequencing are in top-notch condition. And some of the things that we check for are the size range, the absence of large unfragmented DNA, then ensuring that there is sufficient amount of DNA that can be sequenced, and then that there's no sign of degradation or contamination. And then something else that we also do during the process is some precautions. After the process of breaking down, we always ensure that the tips or whatever we use are nuclease free to avoid further breaking down. Then we always wear gloves to avoid contamination. We ensure that we keep the DNA that has been extracted on ice during the procedures. Then we minimize free store cycles by aliquoting, which is pouring little of the samples that we need out and keeping the rest instead of freezing and freezing and defreezing, which might affect the quality of the DNA. Then we also ensure that we use the right buffers for fragmentation reactions, and then we work in a clean area. Then on to the next person.
Okay. Azimat is supposed to be the next person, but I don't think she's in the call, so I'll go ahead. Are you in the
I'm
call?
here. I'm
Okay.
here.
Please go ahead.
Yes, I am here.
Please be fast.
Okay. I'm Azimat, and I'm going to be talking about addition of adapters and indexing. Actually, after fragmenting DNA, there's a need for it to be end repair so that to make an A tail available for adapters. Adapters are small sequences of DNA that enable the fragmented DNA to be attached to the flow cell of the Illumina sequencing machine. There are different types of adapters. We have the P5 or the P7 adapter based on the point where they are going to be binding to the flow cell oligo in the Illumina machine. So the adapter we are using actually comes with a unique indexing, so that as we are attaching the adapter, we are also barcoding. So to do that, we use different relay, and our target is 10 bacterial DNA. So we use about 1 microliter of the Illumina adapter, the P5 or P7, the UMI, which is going to give the unique barcoding. Then we add 1 microliter of T4DNA ligase, then 2 microliter of the ligation buffer, and allow it to incubate. When it incubates, and add nucleus-free water before incubation to make the total volume of the reagent to be 20 microliter, and allow this to incubate. And give it to the next speaker.
So
Chidera.
this particular step, I'm talking already. This particular step, this ligation step, enables the DNA fragment to bind to the Illumina flow cell during sequencing and allow for sample multiplexing using unique barcodes. And the resulting 20 microliter that we got from this will be used in the next step. Please, the next step.
So the next step is using the solid phase reversible mobilization kit, which is a clever tool to purify DNA. And they are tiny paramagnetic particles coated with chemicals that allow the binding of the DNA in presence of salt and polyethylene glycol. So these beads are used in volume-to-volume ratio with respect to the DNA solution. Why do we add the salt? To help neutralize the negative charge, both of the DNA and the beads, so that they can temporarily stick with each other. And why we add the polyethylene glycol is to ensure that the solution is not crowded. And we have a target size of 300 to 500 base pair. That is why the DNA sizing matters. If it is too long, the sequencer may not read the whole thing, and if it is too short, it is wasteful, and it uses a lot of expensive reagents. And if there is a mix of both, it can confuse the sequencing process and make the data analysis an headache. So why is it important to clean up? After preparing the DNA, it is essential to remove the leftover adapters from the library preparation. And if we do not clean them, they can compete with the real DNA, and they can stick to each other, forming like adapters, dimers, which is not useful, and they may cause index of where DNA sequences are wrongly assigned to this wrong sample. And my partner Olari will be telling us about the process.
So for the purification, for the steps is for A, B, C, D, and also in the diagram. First step is the mixing step, the DNA sample to the DNA so that the bead bind DNA and it. Mixture will be temperature for 5 minutes, and after this, it's taken into a magnetic rack. The magnetic rack helps to isolate beads which are paramagnetic towards the side of the tube, allowing them to come out of the solution, and the unwanted solution containing.
All right, it seems like it's having network issues. Can somebody quickly?
Yes, it's step 4. Okay.
Okay.
So
okay.
I'm back. So for the magnetic states, we use the magnet to isolate the beads and into the side of the tube, and we gently pipette out the unwanted solution. Yeah, the unwanted solution, which contain unligated adapters, enzymes, and necessary agents. So the next step, please, can you go back to the slide? So the next step, can you hear me? Oh, shit.
Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed.
Okay. The next step is to actually add ethanol. We add microliters of ethanol to the solute in the tube. This is to ensure that any remaining unwanted solid rinse in the ethanol. So this process is done twice to ensure thorough cleansing. And further, the ethanol is drained out. It is drained out. The tube is air dry for 5 to 10 minutes. It is iterative for 5 to 10 minutes. And lastly, we have the, please, I'm having a network issue over here.
If you have a network issue, somebody can take your place. Just take his place. We've noted that you are presenting.
Okay, I'll take his place. So the ethanol is being washed out with 32 microliters, and it helps to remove the salt, the PEG, and other contaminants. And you have to ensure that there is no over drying so as not to disturb the breed in the process. Then elution, the final purification of the DNA, and by adding replace-free water. So I would be calling on to my next colleague to talk about the documentation side and consultation.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alade Gideon. So I'll be talking about the quantification of DNA and base pair measurements. So basically, for the quantification, we'll be using either QB fluorometer or the nanogel spectrophotometer. So it is more advisable to actually use the qubit fluorometer for the measurement because the qubit actually provides accurate DNA concentration by excluding contaminants. Although the nanodrop spectrophotometer can also be used because it actually gives us the value of it tells us how pure the DNA is. So for doing the QB fluorometer, what we do is the first step for the QB fluorometer is we get the reagent from the storage, and the stuff we're getting from the storage includes the reagent, the buffer, and 2 standards. Now, the reagent is actually a dye, since the QB fluorometer works on the principle of fluorescent dye binding. So the dye, once we get them, we load the 2 standards, that is standard 1 and standard 2. Now, these 2 standards are actually used for calibration of the machine. And after we've seen the linear graph that is given by the machine, the next thing is we actually work on the working solution. That is the standard and 2 preparation. So what we are doing next is the working solution. The working solution consists of the buffer and the reagent dye. So after that, we add the working solution into the DNA samples and we place them into the QB fluorometer, and we take the measurement and we note out the measurements. That is, we record the measurements. Then for the nanogel spectrophotometer, what we do is the first thing we are doing is we're blanking the nanogel spectrophotometer with hydration solution. Then after that, we wipe out the blank and the hydration left on the pedestal, and then we add about 1 liter of the DNA on the pedestal, and we take the measurement and we note it out. So the final step, that is for the fragment size. No, sorry, go back. Fragment size assessment. So for the fragment size assessment, we'll be using the Agilent 2100 power analyzer, and this machine, it basically works based on it uses electrophoresis, but it doesn't use the normal electrophoresis gel. It uses microfluidic disc. So basically, what the first step I would do is I'll get the DNA gel matrix and the dye concentrates from the storage also, and allow it to thaw. Then I mix the dye and the gel also. I mix them together, and the type of gel that is used in this is polymer gel. So I mix them together and place them into gel well of the DNA chip. Then I place the chip into a priming station, then close the latch, then apply pressure on the latch for about 1 minute, following the Agilent protocol. And after priming the chip, the next thing I do is I load about 5 microliter of DNA ladder into the well. Then I pipette about 1 microliter of each DNA sample into the assigned well, or into the assigned sample well. Then after that is done, after the sample is loaded, I insert the chip into the Agilent 2100 power analyzer, and then on my computer, the next thing I do is I open the Agilent 2100 expert software, and I select the appropriate assay for it. So once I automatically click the initiate button on the software, the analyzer applies series of precise controlled voltage across the chip micro across the distance. So data is then collected, and the software generates three types of data: electrophotogram, which plots fluorescence intensity and fragment size; then virtual gel images, which shows graphical representation of the DNA band pattern; then also the quantitative data, which shows size distribution, concentration, and the peak profile. So the last thing, can you please go back? The last thing I'll be doing is I'll be reporting the value. Now, to report the average value of the
Sorry, please. The timer, you're on the clock. Can I have your Unity developer and Blender, please?
Okay.
Sorry to
So,
interject.
Gideon,
Hello.
you're making nice presentation, but you're taking a lot of time, and you should spend about 4 or 5 minutes just your presentation. So please, next time, be conscious that you still have the Unity and Blender artist still trying to present, because your time has exhausted and you've not using your Unity and Blender artist, you are not able to present. So please proceed, the Unity guys and Blender artists. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm going to go straight to. Let me know when you can see my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can see your screen.
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Mine was simple. I created a scene to simulate a lab in VR. Oh, sorry, my machine is frozen, but I managed to create a scene, added interactivity to it, and there are a few game objects missing that we are still working on with Mr. Alex, who's our designer, XR designer. Yeah. So my machine is frozen, so I'm going to ask the voice captain to play the clip to showcase.
Oh, okay. Can the Blender artist just come up and present while I guess you're using a Linux operating system. That's all. Is it working now? It is a video, okay.
No, I'll ask. There it is. So yeah, that's what we're able to build so far in Unity. Thank you.
All right. Blender artist, please proceed and share your screen.
We didn't have a Blender artist, but we had an XR designer, and we are going to work with him to finish up the remaining game objects in the Unity scene.
So presently, you don't have anything to present to us using Blender.
No, we don't have a Blender artist in our group, sir. There was no any
In
Blender
terms of
artist.
Blender, no, yeah.
Okay, that's noted.
Okay.
Dario, do you have any question regarding their presentation?
No, I don't want to take our time, so that's why I'm not asking questions.
All right, no
But
problem. Thank you very much, Tim.
let's just go ahead. We'll discuss offline
All right, no
ways forward. You guys know. But great job, everyone. Great job, Erasmus. You did a good job with that. It's very appealing. Please go ahead.
So thank you very much, Team 4. Your slides, your presentation.
Sorry, the Blender artist. I said Blender artist, Erasmus. Your round bottom flask doesn't start on its own.
I didn't
And it
hear
shows that
that.
there's a content in it. The round bottom flask that you have on your table is standing on its own, which is very wrong. It can't stand on its own because it is round bottom flask. It will
I
fall
didn't.
and break or spill out. To show that there is a content in it.
Let's just take this offline. Let's take this offline. Please, Team 5, get ready. Thank you very much, Team 4. Thank you very much. Please, during your slide presentation, keep to time.
We are going to we'll relate that to him. Yes.
It was a very wonderful presentation. So, Team 5, please get ready. Team 5.
Yes, sir. I'll share my
All
screen
right.
now.
Please share your screen. Thank you very much. So by 3:30, we should round up with this entire section. So please make it very snappy.
Can we see my screen?
Yes, I can see your screen. Please put it on presentation mode. Thank you. Proceed now.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. My name is Samuel Orelua David. So the team captain, I'm the captain for team 5, and this is a topic of our presentation, sequencing, that is genome sequencing using the Illumina platform. All right, so we have this outline. So we'll be doing a general overview, and then we'll be talking about the actions of the lab scientists and what goes on internally during sequencing. All right, so which includes the loading of the sequencer, cluster generation, rich amplification, and sequencing by synthesis. So these are the people that contributed for the first part. So the two people contributed for the first part, Samuel and Odinaka for the second part, like that, for the fourth part as well. All right, so I'll just hand over to the next person to just give a brief introduction to lunar sequencing.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Moxis, and I'll be speaking on the introduction to Illumina sequencing. So Illumina sequencing is a widely utilized NGS technology. When I mean NGS, I am referring to next generation sequencing technology that represents a revolutionary breakthrough in the field of molecular biology and also genomics in particular. So this particular technology utilizes a simple step of which we refer to sequencing by synthesis. So this sequencing by synthesis in a very clear and simple scenario can be explained by the use of fluorescence lights and also image capturing to carry out sequence. So imagine like you trying to read a book, and every letter of the book, you tend to picture it with a color. So this particular technology uses the fluorescence light to picture every aspect of the nucleotide is sequencing. So when it sees the A, it will give it a color red, P, color blue, just an instance of the color I'm using. And that is how it will keep on giving those nucleotide colors until it finished the sequencing. So we are going to proceed next to the next slide of the loading of the next slide, which talks about library loading.
Yeah, so I'll call on the next person. That's Mr. Samson Okileye.
Thank you. To proceed on that, I think the first thing we need to do going forward from here is to prepare the materials. This has to do with the flow cell, reagent cartridge, and the sample sheet. The flow cell contains the pattern or the non-pattern lanes where sequencing normally naturally occurs. The reagent cartridge will generally contain the polymerase, the nucleotide, and the buffers as well. Then the sample sheet is a digital configuration file that is used to run the setup. Then after then, we need to power on, or we call it initialize. We turn on the sequencer. Sometimes we can, in some instances, we can wait for the system to complete self-checks or sometimes self-initialization. The next step is to go on to load the flow cell. We open the sequencer flow cells compartment. Then we insert the flow cell with correct orientation. One thing we need to take note from here is that the barcode must be facing the scanner. If we do it the other way, we're going to get a wrong result. Then we lock in into the place. Then the next thing is to load the reagent cartridge. Then first thing we need to do under this is to remove the cartridge from the cold storage. We invert it gently. We must take note that we must not vortex in this place. We only invert gently to mix and not to vortex at all. Then we place the cartridge into this chamber, making sure it sits correctly. All of these steps are very important for us to be able to actually get the accurate result. Then the next step is to load the buffer and the waste container. What we do here is to fill the buffer with sulfur if required, then insert the empty waste into the bottle or the container. Then we move on to the input, the run parameters. We using the instrument touch screen or possibly connected software, we load the sample sheet, we load the run type and the read length as well at the same time. Then the last but not the least is we start the run. After we are very sure that we have followed the highlighted procedure above, we close all the compartments, confirm the setup, then we press the start run button. Then I will hand you over to my next presenter to continue from there.
Good day, everyone. Good day, everyone. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Please proceed.
Okay. I'll be presenting on the colonal clusters and cluster generation. First, we would like to talk about the fragment attachments. You know, the DNA library that has already been explained by a previous team is a fragment of DNA attached to an adapter. And this adapter is then flowed on a flow cell. And on this flow cell, it composes of a glass and a P5 and a P7. So this flow cell attaches and binds to the DNA fragments that has already been flowed. So the complementary DNA fragments finds the respective P5 and P7 oligonucleotides on the flow cell and binds and anchors to this flow cell, anchoring so that it does not move and it immobilizes the whole structure. After this, the scientist then washes away unbound DNA fragments from the top of the flow cell with a reagent that is hydrogen oxide, hydroxide, yeah. And this forms clusters of DNA which can be seen with an imaging or a camera, high resolution camera, as flickers of light. If these clusters are in small density, these flickers won't be noticeable because they just flicker for a short time. But as the clusters are bold and a lot, the high resolution cameras captures this light well, which are color coded for A, G, T, and C. Thank you. I'll be moving on to my next presenter.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ikrola Abdurrahman Adilaya. So I'll be presenting on bridge application and then clonal cluster formation using Illumina. So basically, where I'll start from is that the point that we all need to understand is that in DNA sequencing, what the major aim of sequencing is to study the nucleic acid. And then if we are to study the nucleic acid, of course, we have to go down to the nitrogenous bases and of course the nitrogenous base pair. So from the previous explanation, what we must have learned is that DNA is actually the purpose of this study of DNA to be amplified, like to make couples of fragments of DNA. So in Illumina, so we have immobilized oligomer on the flow cell. So that has complementary nitrogenous base. We must have been hearing about A, T, C, G, adenine, thymine, cytosine, and guanine. So what we are trying to say here is that nitrogenous base pair. So DNA, of course, we have the adenine naturally binds with thymine, then cytosine naturally binds with guanine. So on the Illumina, on the flow cell, we have the immobilized oligomers that are fluorescing, that are coated with fluorescing. That's why they're talking about the color. So they are bounded with, they have fluorescing in them, immobilized. So in bridge amplification, let me now go back to my own part, which is bridge amplification and cluster, formation, clonal cluster formation. So these are processes actually take place inside the machine. So after the scientists have already put the preparation inside the machine. So what happens is that the DNA strand, the DNA fragments, find the complementary, nitrogenous base pair from the oligomer. Then there will be a polymerase enzyme. It will now amplify. It will now be the one that will now amplify. It will make, it will make connection between the DNA fragments, the unwind DNA fragments. Actually, before this process, the DNA would have been denatured. Normally, it used to be like a zip. So by the time this process will have taken place, it will have unzipped. So a part of one zip from the normal DNA fragment that we introduced will now bind with the complementary oligomer that is in the flow cell. So that's basically, then we have polymerase that will now join it, then it now amplified like it's so, and that's what I've explained in the slide. So I don't want to bother us with the story. Then the second one to look at, looking at I've explained with the graphics. So we can see the single strand DNA here. Then we have the smaller one, the complementary DNA. We can see this green something is the polymerase that's that amplify the process. Then after that there is hybridization. So after hybridization, so of course there will be denaturation, and then there will be formation, cluster formation. There will be the then there will be
I think he's having network issues. Can somebody please
Sorry.
Yeah,
The next presenter will come up now.
Okay. So who is the next presenter?
That's Daniel Isirim. He's unmuted now. Daniel, please, can you speak?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Yeah, I can hear you. Please proceed.
So I'll be explaining the sequencing. Please, not the first slide, please. Somewhat the first slide. So I'll be explaining the sequencing by synthesis process. So after clusters have been formed, have been formed, these.
Daniel, please proceed.
Sorry. All right. So after the clusters have been formed, the sequencing by synthesis process begins. Now, these are fluorescent nucleotides. They are added to the DNA, growing DNA strands, one after the other. As we can see from the image, each nucleotide has different color tags and a terminator. From the image, they get added to the DNA strand, one after the other. Now, when the complementary base binds to the sequence, a camera reads and records the image. A new solution flows in by removing the terminator. Then the DNA polymerase and the fluorescent nucleotides comes in again, and the another nucleotide is being sequenced. This process continues till the total number of the number of set sequences is being analyzed. Now, after the sequencing have completed, bad results get filtered out. Then the these the images that have been captured, cannot be translated into
Okay, it seems Daniel is having network issues. Samuel, Lulu, will just finish up everything.
Okay. Yes, what Dana was trying to say before network cut short was in terms of the process found in this synthesis, as we know, is a technique being used by this technology, is that there is always a filtering out of most of the nucleotide that doesn't come in alignment. So once there is a finished reading, there is always a filtering out of low quality lists wherever there is issue, where there is overlapping. Filtering is always done to ensure that what was read is of accuracy of demand.
All right. So just go to your conclusion because your time is fast spent. So please, do
All
you
right,
have
sir.
Unity and Blender artist ready?
Yes, sir. So the conclusion,
Yeah, proceed. Finish up your conclusion, then get them ready.
If possible, you can share the training materials with me.
Okay, I'll do that. I'll do that by the end of the day.
Hello, Samuel. I think someone is speaking from team 5. Finish up the conclusion, please, and get your Unity and Blender artist ready.
Speaking for Team 5, in conclusion, I think sequencing using the Nimna platform is a powerful, widely used next generation sequencing technology that is based on sequencing by synthesis. It offers high accuracy as compared to other methods that have been used by scientists.
All right. So I'm guessing whoever is sharing the screen, Christian Udeze, are you the Blender artist on Unity?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everybody.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Sir, can you hear me well?
I can hear you very well.
Right. So, yeah. So, though this is like a different GCC tool, this is Autodesk Maya, but does the same function as Blender. So first, this is a flow cell, and then my modeling process, of course, is to ensure that I create something very compatible with the VR sets. So in making this, I've done like a very, very low poly work on this. And then doing this, I did like a couple triangles. I triangulated all of these faces. So I triangulated all of these faces in order to ensure that first, I don't have like so many edges around, and then I don't have end guns. So this was mainly because of end guns, to avoid end guns. And then for this place, there's a glass here. From this place, you can see all of the model in there, but from this, you can see that there's, it's so here. Sorry, mesh here rather. So we made like a glass style, model there, just to ensure that we can see through this model and then see all of the things in there. Yeah, so pretty much we're mainly focusing on making all of this very low poly and then make them compatible with the gaming engine. Like I said before, this is a flow cell, and then I'll move to the next model. All right, so we have this as well. And then in making this, again, still having at the top of my mind that everything needs to be low poly, and then very compatible with the game engine for, just make the whole thing go well. So I had to open all of this role. I guess the role needs to be functional. Although I really don't know what they do. But then, instead of using like alpha images or something to create all of this, I had to open them. But if I'd allowed all of these edges to go around the model to be very, very heavy. So instead of doing that, I triangulated all of the faces up here, and I did the same thing here as well. Just one down here, I'll show you. So I did the same thing here. So instead of allowing all of these edges to go around the model down here and all of that, I just triangulated all of them. And then to make this, I did like a ramp shader just to get like various colors on this particular model. And then in order to ensure that we still have like something very, very light, So instead of having text like proper 3D text and all of this, these models are being unwrapped. The UVs of this model are being unwrapped properly in order to be textured even more better. And then I have like proper images here, and the proper text here, in the most compatible way possible. Yeah. So we equally have this as well. Let me just turn on my wireframe. So in the wireframe, we see a lot of triangles, and then this is to make sure that we don't have n-gons in our models. In the n-gons will alt the model and then we'll make them work properly in the gaming engine. So that's like triangulate the whole thing here, in all of these faces. And then I did the same thing here, this same thing here. And then this as well ensures that, aside from avoiding n-gons, this as well ensures that we work on lower polygon levels. And I did all of this, putting in mind, like I said before, the compatibility level of the models. So sorry. So as you can see now, all of the models I've created are actually like very, very low poly, and then should work like very well. Yeah. So we currently have like just 3 of this model properly, and that was because there was like an oversight on my end at first. So the models I was making were really not what was assigned to us. So I just started making this like yesterday night. So we have 3 of these, and then I'll just hand over to the Unity artist to wrap up what he has done. Thank you.
What's the name of the 3 artists that spoke just now?
Christian.
Kristen,
Yeah.
you were the one that did all of this overnight.
Yes, sir. Sir?
You were the one that didn't get your what's it called?
Yeah. So
Was
there
not
was like an
familiar with your
oversight
task
on my
until last
end.
night.
Sir, I
Wow,
didn't get that.
you really did a great job within a short time. I'm
I started
proud
this
of you.
morning,
Well
actually.
done.
I did this morning.
Wow,
There
that's
really
great.
was bright
Great
side.
job.
Thank you very much.
Great job.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Unity artist, please. Go.
My name is Bamilosin
Sorry,
Daniel.
Unity developer.
Good afternoon.
Sorry, we can't hear
Can
you
you
clearly.
hear me?
Yes, we can now. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bamilosin Daniel. I'm one of the 2 Unity developers in my group.
Sorry, who is the second person?
Daniel Titilayo.
Is the person on this call?
She isn't, but she worked on it as well. But this morning we're not able to contact her. We don't know why. So this was what I was able to.
Hold on. Samuel Oredua, are you aware she is not able to join today?
Yes, sir.
And
I was able to
told-
contact. I was able to contact her actually.
Okay.
She got busy and she said she wanted to. She was at work to meet her boss. That's why she could not join.
And that's
But I was able to.
understandable. But did you communicate
Sir?
that to us? Did you communicate that to the group or to the group chat? Did you communicate that she will not be able to join?
No, because I was hoping because what she told me was she might join later. So I was hoping that she was going to join. Even till this time, she hasn't joined. I'm
All right,
very
but
sorry.
please, next time do so. If you know you are hoping, just do so and say she will join. Then when she joins, you can just put it on the chat. Okay, one of our colleagues is here. You understand? So,
Yes, sir.
Daniel, please proceed.
Thank you.
All right, sorry, quickly before Mr. Daniel goes ahead, if I might just bear witness for Titilayo. I did see a picture of our work on what's it called on Discord. So, but like Mr. Caleb said, we should have communicated that. I think isn't this Titilayo's work?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Exactly. She did show this on Discord. But like it was said, the team captain, please do as Mr. Caleb said. Please go ahead.
Yeah, Daniel, go ahead.
Thank you. So what I'm showing you now is Titilayo's work. She obviously did a very good job. But prior to seeing my work, I started working on something as well. So since we couldn't contact her this morning, we just had to pitch mine instead. So for my scene, I wanted something very basic. But the models we were told to work with were test tubes, centrifuge, and a fridge. So I had a a quick story that there are three tables. On each table, one of the modules are present. One table for test tubes, another for the centrifuge, another for the fridge. I made the tables far away from each other so that the user will have to move around the scene. So the idea is the user walks up to a test tube. It's an interactable. As you can see, I picked up the test tube, then goes back to the centrifuge, hopefully. Then the user puts the test tube in the centrifuge, and I think you should be able to see a blue outline, showing that's where it should be. Where is the...
Yeah, we can see that. We can see that.
So the test tube will stay in place when it has come across that blue outline. Then after the user has grabbed all the test tubes in place, they will move over to the refrigerator to put the test tubes in the refrigerator. So that was what I had in mind as a very quick task, so that the user could learn how to use these three equipments. The scene is really not that populated because I don't want the user to feel overwhelmed with so many devices. But that's basically the idea. 3 tables, 3 major equipments to learn from, and a short interactive task. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you very much, Daniel. Yeah, I really like the fact that it was kept simple. Gafar, do you have any comments or suggestions you would like to make? Okay.
Yeah, wonderful presentation.
I think Mr. Gafar is
Okay,
having some
so
issues with
we'll
his.
just proceed. The Blender artist is really impressive that you were able to do that with a short time today or yesterday night. It's really impressive. I like the presentation of the 5. Yeah, your works were well done.
What you guys have done is fantastic, fabulous. But and special regards, it wasn't planned for, but subsequently, I congratulate you. You've done with.
No, Gafar, are you speaking? I think he's having
I think
network.
yes. So let's just go ahead.
Let's proceed. So thank you very much, Take 5, for the wonderful presentation. But please do ensure to stick to time. The reason why we are doing this is because we are trying to train you on time management. So when you are presenting for the demo day, if your team is going to qualify or if you're going to qualify, you will need to keep to time. So if it's 15 minutes for presentation, everything, please prepare and keep to time that 15 minutes. So oh yeah, sure. Okay, no problem. So, Mr. Dyer, do you have any comments or final contribution?
Not for now. I think we'll go back to each of them, likely maybe on their Discord channels. But
All
great
right.
job, everyone. But
Okay.
sorry,
So,
if I'm one last thing. To every member of the team, I think there was a disproportional distribution of time for the scientists, Unity developers, and the Blender artists. Scientists, this hackathon is not just about you. It's about the 3 of you, including the writers, working together. But scientists took all of the time. All of the groups, scientists took all of the time and didn't
all
allow
of them.
the Unity developers and Blender artists to even speak. I understand that all of you want to show that you understand the science, but it is important that you make do. The goal is to unify all of these 3 apps, including the writers as well in the long run. But the goal is to unify all of you guys. So it also shows that there was poor communication between all of these teams. Although to some extent it showed that there was some communication in providing certain materials to the Blender artists and Unity developers, for example. But it shows that there was no harmony of presentation. But the scientists, I know say when I want show, say when I know. But please and please, there needs to be unity. Thank you very much. That's all from me.
All right, so Isaiah will be sharing reports. So just Isaiah, please take the floor.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. So, team one is your representative here or anybody here. I would like to tell you that your presentation is very, very bad. You you automatically started with 100% as a score, but you ended up, I think, owing us some score. I have to be sincere. There is poor communication in the team, there is poor presentation, and your blender artists, they are not even aware that they have to present anything. So some people have their camera off, which is bad because the instruction is very important. We gave a very clear instruction. Please have your camera on at all time. So you performed not as expected. So I'll move to team two. Team two, you exhausted our time off very bad. You took a lot of our time. And you started late, very unprepared and rough. Ibukun barely did not on camera for some minutes until the end of our presentation. Oluwatoke, Olukwe, Damilare, you both have a very fair presentation, but not good enough. Mary, John, and Ekeka, the blender artists, you people had a good presentation, but not good enough. So, and the blender artist or the Unity developer, that is Akinwale Aremu, your lab is not spacious. A lab should be spacious. There should be a way for the walkway to walk around, and the space you give in between your hallways is very tight. That the person that is using the space will be like eating on something or stuff like that. And yes, but there's a fair good teamwork there. Not really good, but it's still fair. And the position is average. So you didn't answer your questions correctly too, just as team one. And you didn't mention our sponsors too, or the application of we use our sponsors, which is very bad. Team three. Very good presentations from the presenters. Starting from Caleb, he came with the fire and his teammates keep up the momentum and everyone gave a very solid presentation. Although they didn't mention our sponsors too. I need to note that. They didn't mention anything about our sponsors. And they exhausted our time. And the Blender artist gave a very good presentation as well as the Unity developer too. Bemega follow was the only person that performed averagely there. And Sino did not show up even after mentioning her name. And even some people are giving us Becky. She didn't mention her phone name. That Becky sounds like a nickname, but we will take it like that. Francisca had a good presentation. And
Can't hear you clearly.
Please proceed, Isaiah.
Okay. Tola Temibami for no camera, you didn't put on your camera, and you exhausted our time a lot. You had the whole team as a team had a very good teamwork and a good presentation, which is fair. So you didn't eat out of your whole 100% of score. You still have some things left for you and team two. Team four. Team four had a very good presentation too. Going on so far, everyone was having a very, very good presentation. Also, when it gets to Olade Gideon, he was having a very good presentation too until we started to like eat out of our time and just disrupt everything. And yes, your run button flag for putting it on the table is not held. That is very, very ethical and it's not even science. So you didn't, yeah, your slide and simply too. Thank you. Your slide is not following your presentation, which is very, very bad. And Aziz that sorry, Azim Atiti Lopo Atiti Loye, you just switch on your camera has been off for as long as possible, especially when representing, which is very bad. The same thing for Oluwadimeji Osige, something like that. I'm sorry for about the name, but either it's a network issue or I don't know why his video is off. That's another thing. And you don't have a blender artist too. So good teamwork in generally and good presentation is very fair. You still have a lot of points left for you out of the 100%. And team five.
Team 5, you made an impression. City Lion in absence, you made an impression, and it was a very rough start for Team 5 because team lead Samuel, I don't know, maybe you are presenting or you're introducing your teammate. That's quite unclear for me. Yeah? And the person that took over from you didn't do well as well. That is Moses. Moses just had a very clear presentation. He wasn't really bringing in the fire. And also for the people like Samson, Ochuka, they had very great presentation. Daniel, good presentation. Christian, awesome presentation. And Bamilosin Daniel too really had a very good presentation. Yeah. And Daniel Ezireme, yeah, had a very good presentation too. So overall, for Team 5, you had a very good presentation. And I would say you should work more on your team communication and teamwork. Thank you so much for so far. Because out of your 100%, you didn't just all over your 100%, still have some things left. So thank you for coming today, and the grading will continue in the team chats. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Isaiah. That was a very brutal judgment. I'm sure don't feel hot. It's just observations from what we noticed from our ends. But kudos to everyone. Although, as my colleague Oludario has said, for the scientists, please, you took a lot of time presenting your work. So please always keep to time. And for groups that don't have Blender artists or Unity developer, please let us know so that we can assign you one if needed very urgently. But generally, everybody did a very good and fantastic job. For those who had internet issues, that is fine, that is understandable. You also did a very good job. For those who had to drop off due to Jumat and everything, that is also very understandable. We believe that the next time you will be able to join on board. And also, I want to make an apologies for taking a lot of time. Uh, the time is fast spaced, and we spent hours on this call. And it's almost 4 o'clock, and we scheduled the time to end by 1. So we are very sorry for our time. We did not properly manage this section properly. But I would say good luck, thumbs up to everyone. You did a very fantastic job. So for the Unity and the Blender artists, I think I'm told you still have this weekend to complete and submit your assignment. But I really, really, really appreciate the fact that you all stayed this long. It's really impressive. You don't deserve handshakes and thumbs up for all everything you've done. So, Gafar, do you have any closing remarks for them?
So I think you've done a lot of justice to everything I was about to say, but just to add to it, the Unity guys, the Blender, you guys have done a very good job. What you've done is fantastic. So I see a lot of people asking how did they submit their work on the Discord channel because Discord is limited to 10 megabytes, right? Now, what you can do is create a Google Drive and have all your prefabs uploaded there. Then once you do that, copy the link and share it on the assignment channel. Then once you have it shared, make sure you allow permission. You give access permission to it because that is how you have to get it downloaded and test it out. I've tested some are working pretty fine. So I mean, you still have open windows of today and tomorrow to get everything done. For those that are yet to add material to their prefab, get it done. I checked some prefab, it was like the poly count was outrageous. Also look at it and see if you can tune it down to a sizable amount. I think that's what I have to say for now.
All right. Thank you very much. You guys have done fantastically well. Don't regard the harsh judgment from Isaiah, but it's needed to happen so that you can note your mistakes, you can know where you did not do well, and you can also improve on it. So thank you very much for staying this long, and we'll be calling this section to a close. So the Unity Blender artists, you still have time to finish your work, and thank you very much. Bye for now.